exercising some restraint. Once again, runs into X-Nova and realizes he doesn't have to roar to get the kill.
XG continuing to just dodge around the map. They're content with farming. They are scaling here. They're confident in their overwhelming physical damage eventually winning out for them.
I can't say I blame them. I mean, especially the triple BKB timing. What are you going to do as Falcons? What's the game plan? If we get to a triple BKB timing, you can roar one of these heroes. But the others are just going to run at you.
Your target should be XM. Roar this Shadow Fiend, bring him down with gyro committing, and let the roll through cover on the backside, try and disrupt some of the saves from coming through, right?
Yeah. Like, you'll still have kiting mechanisms for the Sven, so you don't have to worry so much about him.
I mean, you have to worry about him. You got to pick your poison here.
Well, yeah.
There's a lot of physical damage dealers. Decrep might bail you out a little bit. Escape Act might bail you out. Depends when that demonic purge comes through. This ward is scouting mid, but they did not. They barely saw
him.
See ya.
He is not playing games. He is not being coy. He just goes straight to the sport, takes the kill that he can get out of it. Use the God Strength for that. Unfortunately for him, it is a late Roshan spawn, so Roshan is not up for them to take. In Extreme Gaming, we'll still have to play a 5-on-5 for control of the pit.
I think they would have just manned up for it there if it had spawned.
Certainly.
We'll have to wait another minute, but they will have God Strength up for it when it spawns. So Falcons want to try and sneak that away a second time. They absolutely will contest it. And Skeeter just has to get BKB here and pray he can survive in the fights. Timely Decrep could bail him out. Escape Act could do the same, but if Demonic Purge lands on this gyro, all those options go away. He's just on his own, and he does not have the armor to survive the physical. So that connection, pivotal for XG as you look towards this next Roche fight. And yeah, that SFAgs, it's coming real fast here. He's just out of control, and it's almost level 20.
Falcons put into a position where they're just going to have faith in the outplay capabilities. I mean, the funny part is they have saves on both sides. All 4 supports in this game have options for saves, so the initiation, it's going to be messy. You never know if that jump is actually good or if you're just going to be playing into the enemy's hands.
But that's where the Shadow Demon comes in. He's that balance breaker. Throw Demonic Purge on the target, you jump. Falcon saves don't do anything.
Yeah, but that also requires the Shadow Demon to play forward enough that, you know, maybe he just gets jumped by the Rolling Thunder hit and 100-0'd by Amar.
Definitely a possibility. It's Pango. He has Lotus done. He can go in versus the grip.
About it. How many heroes are in these trees? He doesn't know. The boar is scouting out for him.
He cannot go in too deep. The Lotus will buy him sometime against the grip, but it's not infinite, right? And if Nova's positioning is really good, then you get grip deep in enemy lines. You're going to really sacrifice your team's formation here. Nonetheless, Roche is up. Ags is done.
Level 20. Aghanim Scepter Shadow Fiend.
He's a monster. He's just a straight monster right now. You have to tag this guy in the fight.
I feel like we've been hyping up this Requiem for like 15 minutes. And it's just getting better and better, but when is Extreme finally going to pull the trigger on it?
I mean, this is at the point where you have the BKB on the starter. You have everything you need to fight. It puts you in a position you have to just force the Roche if Falcons don't want to give you that 5-on-5. If they want to buy time for Skeeter, you do it incredibly fast. They got scouted on that again, I think.
Yep. These aggressive wards from Falcons.
They might still catch. Oh, if they find Amar.
It would be massive. Oh, that would have been the perfect pickup. Take away this big initiator. It could threaten the Bane and the Shadow Demon in these fights, but they do not break. Come so close to him, and instead they will just back up. They've cleared out the area. They know that Falcons isn't around. They think this will give them enough time to do the Roshan. We'll see if Falcons contest.
So XG, they kill the boars. They know Falcons are going to respond. They'd rather take the fight than get low in the pit. Ward plays from Crit, trying to see anything for the jump. But XG, they take the high ground. It's going to have to be blind here from
Seeing
Amar.
Some heroes. The Rolling Thunder. Amar holds off on it.
X-Nova making some moves on the left. Going up blind, looking for an angle.
XXS.
Oh, he might just run into a
running
bar.
right up there, and then managed to find the Pango. The Pango's the one in trouble. He gets the roll up. He's demonic purge, so he has to Rolling Thunder now. XM goes to the Requiem. It doesn't get an easy kill. They chase after Snake King. They'll get that one, but they've blown a lot for this. Meanwhile, the Roar, it gets used on the Sven, and the Sven's at half HP. He's got the BKB. What's he gonna do? Can he turn his fight? Oh yeah, he can. He brings out Maureen. The beat script. He takes out Namor as well with XXS chasing down the gyrocopter. Full Fun Falcons down.
What a clutch turnaround from Ame. Help that BKB. Disruption buys him some time, and Falcons overextend trying to bring this King down. Extreme take a 6K lead. They'll put an Aegis on this Sven, and now they are cruising in this game. That is the one team fight they needed to break this one wide open. The damage is only going to pick up from here, and that Requiem wasn't even the best it could have been. It was almost a zoning Requiem to break the fight up.
Oh yeah, it did not get a quick kill like we were theorizing it could do. It pushes Snake King in a bad position, but yeah, most of Falcons dodged that damage.
Yeah, the damage was not effective. It was just a zoning tool, but Maureen, he found his mark on this ward. Did a significant chunk of Ame's damage, but you can't finish him off. This is the gyro problem, right? Skeeter doesn't offer you enough physical burst because of the game.
Look at those crits, man. He got like 5 hits in and 3 crits. 1,600 damage apiece.
Yeah, sit back and relax. It's going to be a long series.
Oh, man.
I mean, I'm sure Falcons can feel it. This game is just not the same as that game, too. You do not have the same punch. You do not have that same snowball momentum. And now you are stuck going into that mid-late game against a team that has rarely lost those types of games.
Rushing down the lanes. Maureen trying to hunt for some farm and pull back. He was running into 3 of Extreme, though.
This beast has to do some heavy lifting here. It's still going to be time before Skeeter can deliver a punch equal to what this lineup's doing, which means you have to rely on the Beastmaster's damage. I mean, he did a significant amount of damage to Ame. If he has one more item there, you might just be able to bring him down. The save came out a little slow because no one was really looking at that part of the fight.
It says a lot that he feels like he has to go back for the Satanic rather than completing the Daedalus.
I mean, Satanic on this hero is also a lot of damage. If you can stay alive, that means you get a second flak hit off, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of the damage you're looking for, but you're never going to have the same burst punch as this XG lineup.
No, never. Extreme Gaming, second Tormentor of the game. And now we have a Demonic Cleanse on top of a Demonic Purge.
A little bit of extra sustain, why not? They found Snake King again, just been hounded.
Gets there on just the last half second, and that will help XXS complete his Aghanim Scepter. So he was
so tanky now.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, 4,000 HP. And you're just not even talking about the extra armor and regen he's going to get out of sitting in these pools.
If he is in a puddle when you go on him, it feels like you lost the fight in a way, right? Especially if you commit big ults onto him. Especially with the status resistance on top of that. Ame hunting.
They have a scan on him. Ame, not worried about it. He says, this kill isn't even worth me chasing. You guys can have at it, though. X-Nova, Jin Q. They'll hunt down Crit on the sides of the map. Oh, they'll leave the kill to XM. So nice. Nice dodge. And it means that X-Nova will end up taking the kill with the poison.
Yeah, Ame, he doesn't have time for it. He's got better things to do here.
Yeah, he's got 2 minutes on the clock for this Aegis. Time to do some damage.
Take a tier 2, push towards your 25. And he is so far ahead of Skeeter on this gyro. It's not even funny. It's just not a fair fight.
No, it's not. He's almost got a 10,000 net worth lead on the opposing carry. It's ridiculous.
I mean, this was an important game for XG to strike back in, especially with this draft, because, again, you're trying to answer the problem, which is Falcon saying, we've banned all of XXS's heroes. We took out all his tempo makers, his jump stunners. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to pick? Their reply was the Slardar. If you win a game with this, you might have to change up a lot of your bans. Maybe you can't target him as much. Zero has been pretty effective in this game so far. Just forcing awkward moves out of Falcons, especially around that Roshan pit, because of the threat on objectives it gives you. And now you're getting into the part where it's going to give you benefit for the scaling.
I would also point to the mid matchup, right? XM having this Shadow Fiend, this will do wonders for them in this matchup because most of Malraine's heroes are these melee mids. If he keeps on being abused by a Shadow Fiend that takes his tower so early and still continues to keep up by farming neutrals as well, you've got a bit of a problem.
What's a big factor of this game? Limiting the lane damage Falcons were able to put out. And now they're on the back foot. The lead is continuing to grow. This was a beneficial Aegis period for XG. Ame still on the hunt, looking towards bottom lane. Once more, get him. Didn't get crit either. Falcons in dodge mode and dodging successfully right now.
Gonna have to make a lot of moves like that. And Amar,
XXS.
well, gets the roll up. Now the Rolling Thunder and the Lotus Orb. And the teleport away. He's good.
There's a chance you bash him there. It's not possible.
XXS didn't have the numbers for it yet. But in the future.
Quick gate top, look for the hero farming the other side of the map. XG just playing really aggressive right now. They just want to find anything. And another amp damage for XM, almost level 25 himself. Lincoln Sphere done. Can't even go in and roar this guy easily anymore.
It's just flat out a guaranteed ultimate. Oh boy, Falcons. Well, Satanic's done. Back to the Daedalus for Skeeter. Stall, stall, stall. Maybe Skeeter gets to a point he can get a Divine Rapier after the Daedalus. A Swift Blink done for the Sven. That's nasty. Level 25 with a Swift Blink. The attacks are going to come real quick, and they're going to be doing well past 2,000 damage. You add in some Corrosive Haze on there, some little bit more minus armor from the Shadow Fiend. You might see 3,000 damage crits.
Have to instantly respond in the fight. Bash from Pango, roar from the Beast. There's a good blink out from ATF, not getting caught there. XG will go unrewarded for this move across the map. Closing in on that Shivas for the Beastmaster. In fact, they have it. So that's a huge item. Little armor mitigation here. There's all this minus armor from the Slardar SF. I just think this gyro build-up's awkward. Like, this is a game you must have wanted Butterfly in. And you just could never fit it in because you were too far behind. So you don't have evasion, you don't have bonus armor. It just feels like you're food unless the team bails you out.
XXS is hunting. He's not going to find anything. That's because Falcons are sitting 5 inside their base right now. That's where we're at.
Okay, to the point where you just have to smoke out or something, regain some map control. Do have a gem on Malrine, so if you move out with him, should be able to get some D-wards. See if he spots this ward up on that top lane. They all run past it, but it does not get scouted by the gem yet. Giving XG a lot of information to play off of. Another power in for XM. Just been gobbling him up in the river.
I mean, at this point, Falcons, they can't really know this, but the side lanes are being heavily patrolled by Extreme, but it's just XM in the middle part of the map. When you're trying to rat like this, you don't usually want to go to the middle part of the map, but that might be their best opportunity to create an opening. Just they get the Shadow Fiend off the map. That gives them 60, 70 seconds to work with.
It's just not the logical jump. Like, you don't see this SF city mid and they say he's alone. Let's go just smoke and jump him, and it's going to work out. It does not feel comfortable to play this map right now, and this ward is still available top for XG, just scouting a lot out. Also a great ward for Falcons. Amar, he's like, I want to use this, guys.
Seeing XXS. I just can't see a world where they go on the Slardar, and it's good for them, and instead Amar's going to be the one jumped. A roll up and a Rolling Thunder. Away he goes, hits a bash, a little bit of damage, and blinks away. It's XM, actually now. XM's in trouble. There's a disruption save, though, and Ame right on the front line to bail out his Shadow Fiend. The hit coming in. Malrine, he can't survive. 28 damage, and more's coming for you. A good whip from Crit will keep them off of Skeeter's tail, but that damage had to put fear into Falcons. Snake King, he delays it. One tapped by Ame. That's what you're dealing with right now.
This is the definition of overwhelming damage. You don't have time to respond. You got the roar on the SF. As he went into you, kind of the best scenario.
Yep.
But there's disruption to bail you out. That's the beauty of this lineup. The aggressive damage dealers can go in with confidence because there is no turnaround potential unless you check that back line. And Ame, he is just unleashed here.
Man's on fire. And XM is fearless, man.
Refresher done for the Shadow Fiend. If you thought it was bad before, add double ult with Dazoon Bloodright with Timeless on top of it.
Yeah, AC for the Slardar as well. I mean, the advantages just keep on piling up.
This game is starting to feel as out of reach as Game 2 was for XG.
It's starting to. I mean, for me, it's felt that way for like a solid 10, 15 minutes. Just felt like Falcons were in this position where they couldn't actually play active. They couldn't go for kills. And Extreme were just building up this late game that it feels kind of unstoppable. This much physical damage, this much minus armor.
Need more late game survivability to punch through it. It comes down to the Gyro. Like, can Gyro take a jump at this game? So far, the answer's been no. He does finish up a Brooch. He disassembles it. Once Daedalus here.
The banner down, and Ame starts going to work.
There's the Gyro Daedalus. This is some damage for Falcons. I mean, this is a Hail Mary.
It is. They've got to somehow find the initiation, but if they're going to do it without Snake King and without a mid lane of Barracks. Trying to deal with the banner. Skater. Oh, man. No good. No buyback available. Requiem just for the fun, just for the hell of it. He's got another one. Why not?
No God Strength, no problem. Just blinks on plays for the attack speed, daring Amara to jump him.
They do manage to get that jump on XM, but there's the Lincolns. Now a refresh. You have to go through another Lincoln, so you don't have a roar to do so. XM jumps, hits the back line with the Requiem, runs down crit. Full heal, back up, and this is completely dumpstered. Extreme Gaming. You thought that was good in game 2. You thought Falcons, they had the advantage, that they made a statement. Will Extreme come right back and make a statement of their own?
And you have to wonder what is going through that man's mind right there. Ame, he is now one game away from a title that he has sought for so long, and he has been here 2 times before, right on the precipice.
The back and forth between China and the international teams lasted for 7 years. It's been 7 years since Ame was at that TI8 final. And once again, he is just one game away.
You can just feel it. Like, this team has momentum. I cannot tell you how difficult the road has been to think of what they did yesterday. They had to play another series today. The quick turnaround, going into a BO5 against a very tough team. They have not had the easy road. I'm sure they are fatigued. I'm sure they are tired. But this is a time to push through it and claim that Aegis, because you may never get another chance.
One more game. Can they do it in game 4? Let's head back to the panel.
Well, match point for Extreme. It's really getting hot now here in the Barclays Arena. They are so close. Of course, Falcons will have another shot of pushing to that next game. But we're going to find out what they come up with in the next game. But first, we're going to break down this game, because it was a beauty. It was like a combination of both games in one, where we started out fairly slow again first, Tigo.
Yeah, it's kind of like the discipline of the early game, right? You have to concede a little bit of the map, but then take it back when you can. And, you know, I think critically, Ame, right? He loses his early tower on the Sven, but he then just defensively farms. He just chills. He knows what he has to do. He identifies when and, you know, where to enter the game. And I feel like every time we see XG win a game, we're going to be overly praising both Xnova and JinQ on the supports, the SD, the Bane, how much work they did throughout this entire game to ensure that Falcons, anytime they want to enter a fight, Army's fully protected, enabling XM as well. The supports in XG are just incredible.
Yeah, and it's also, I will say, it's a little surprising to me that Falcons decided to pick these supports into the SD. I feel like XG had a really good idea coming into this game. You take out the Chen and the Eng, you know that the Pugner is very likely to come out, so you take the SD already as the first pick, and also, you know, building on top SD, SF, Slardar, especially those two with this minus armor. This is not a combo we see too often, so in my opinion, Zhao 8, grand final stage, you bring it out, your boys play it so well, they must be feeling incredible right now.
Yeah, that's a good point, because these kinds of bursty combos make it so hard to play these save supports, like Pugna or like Ringmaster. Like, you can't save anyone if you're instantly dead. You can't save anyone if they're instantly dead. But to me, this just goes back to the laning stage. In that first game, when they had good lanes, they were able to meet Falcons in a stalemate in that mid game instead of get run over, and eventually find a jump with their superior team fight, with their superior net worth on their carry, take the win. In that game too, they lose the lanes. The map just becomes completely out of control. For XG to win this in the next game, just stabilize the lanes. It worked out perfectly for them.
Yeah, but also, I think Malrine, he's been a talking point in all 3 games now, right? In game 1, shut out on the Ember Spirit. Game 2, MVP on the Primal Beast. Coming into game 3, he's a Beastmaster. Lane goes well, but he farms backwards. I think Falcons, they need to identify Malrine. He needs to play into the map, break open the game. When he's farming or shut out, Falcons look to struggle, and it gives so much time for XG to come online.
I would say he farmed backwards because of how well XM and the Shadow Fiend played. Like, we sang our praises to the support duo of Extreme Gaming, but XM on the SF, he was like big man on campus those first 10 minutes, played the lane incredibly well, got the rune control, stole stacks, went to that top lane, kind of did the reverse Malrine in terms of taking enemy farm and taking the enemy safe lane tower.
It's just good. I mean, sorry, snaking, but it is good to see that he's also 1 and 9 in this game, right?
He's human.
Yeah, he's human. Like, the way he was playing the Enchantress, it was like, he's untouchable, literally. It's like, how do you stop this guy? He's played Pugna, he's doing the same thing, but when he goes to that tower, when he goes to the jungle, when he's trying to be that cheeky little devil that, you know, wins him a TI, he's getting shut out this time. Like, they're stopping snaking from thriving in this finals.
Yeah, and to me also, like, stand out, you have Jinkyu, he does it so well on this pick, but I will say Falcons, in my opinion, they played into this pick quite a little bit.
It does feel that way. I mean, maybe they're so used to their snowball strat that they don't care too much about counters. I mean, you look at that draft and you think, okay, if they get their lead, they're going to do what they always do, regardless of, you know, Shadow Demon purging the escape back, purging Decrypify, regardless of Sven's burst. They thought that they would get the lead, but it just didn't happen this time.
Yeah, we are going to talk a little bit more about those supports, because the supports obviously is what makes cores do really good, and in this game in particular, XM was doing really good, Effie.
Yes, I just wanted to point out here how well Xnova and XM played together at the start. So here, they're doing a rune secure. XM gets the regen on the side, but the key here is that Malrine actually roars him, which then enables XM on the SF, because he knows roar is off cooldown, to walk into Malrine's triangle and take his stacks. XM taking Malrine's stacks here is what really slowed him down. It's what caused him to farm backwards, as T mentioned. Like, you take this away from Malrine, and that's like 1/2 of the combo to beat him up. Afterwards, they do a smoke top, and they're gonna take that safe lane tower away from the enemy gyrocopter.
Yeah, and this is really important for the Falcons draft. Like we've talked about, they care more about what they get themselves as opposed to countering you. Because picking Gyro, in my, like, I would not be calling for a Gyro cutter, but if this is what my team needs from me, if this is what we want the tempo, we want to do this. Because if you fall flat or you go even and XM made this happen in the game, it is an incredibly hard carry to carry, or even, you know, carry to minus armor strat matchup. I would not want to be in his shoes.
Just look how proactive though. In all these clips, is XG leading the charge, going first, right? The supports, like Effie mentioned, they're the ones diving behind the tower, enabling XM. Then because they've enabled XM, he can then go top. Like, all of these things compound to XG feeling like they've accelerated their entry to into the game. Like we mentioned, they need items. You play early game like that, the items are going to be coming to you very quickly.
Yeah, and then everything is set up perfectly for the carry Ame to come in and just steal the show.
Yeah, just like that. And I wanted to do a head-to-head between the Sven and the Gyrocopter, right? Because picking Gyro into Slardar, into Sven, right? Big counters to your hero, bursting you, forcing you to go butterfly. You're expecting there to be some aggression or some logic behind it, right? But for Skidder, his lane was good. But when you look at the 18-minute mark in the game, he hasn't really entered the game with that big damage or anything like that. Like, sure, Gyrocopter can be a greedy carry, but he also can play the twin gate. He can actively go towards the early tier 1 towers with the cooldown and enable his team. Maybe play with the Pangolier. But he didn't do that at all, right? He took bot tower and then just farmed. And then in a farm battle, I just don't think Gyro is the correct carry to win a farm battle against the likes of Ame, because look at the net worth difference. It was, you know, night and day.
I mean, it's also like, if you look at the hero damage, Gyro thrives off of aggression, doing stuff on the map, going through the gate, killing some heroes, but he had 3k hero damage at minute 20. That's not what you want to have. This is not how Gyro wins games. And as he said, the farm battle against Sven, yeah, you're going to take the L there too.
Yeah, and we now mostly shown skirmishes, because to be fair, it was mostly skirmishes until the Roche fight, Kezu.
Yeah, because this is, in my mind, one of the things that XG also do the best. Like, they bait you in, they like make you, like really whittle around how you're gonna make it happen. So here, it's very important. We're gonna keep our eyes at the start on XXS and XM2, because the Requiem, maybe it looks a bit weird, but you have to imagine this fear right now. It pushes everyone back. Now, let's let the fight play out, because Malrine, he actually roars up Ame here. And Ame only lives with, what, like 40% HP? Disruption, he gets saved, he turns it around. But without these other things beforehand, XXS going in to cause chaos, XM with the Requiem to fear people away. Ame would not live with 200 HP here and whack everyone into the ground. He would be dying. But instead, positioning, spell casting, he gets to turn it around. Team fight over. Amar wants to quit. Free Roach.
The positioning there from XG, they have the high ground, right? They're big time chilling, right? I think that's what Amar realized after the fight. It's like, what are we doing here? We're a low ground team trying to fight high ground into these heroes. We don't even know where Bane and SD are. And instantly, I think hindsight kicked in for Amar there, where it's like, that's not the fight for Falcons to take.
Yeah. So, go for it.
Another standout thing was if you looked at the net worth graph during that fight, Gyro was 5k below this one, and they took the fight anyway. It was tough.
It was a tough game for Falcons. Previous time they had a tough game. They did come back swinging. We're going to see if they can do that too soon. But first, we are going to check out what Slax is up to in the crowd.
Hey, everybody, we are back in the crowd once more. Crowd, we still awake after that? All right, they're still here. But a somber tone here, as we have a lot of Falcons fans. But don't worry, my friends and Falcons who are sitting right behind the stage right now listening to this piece, because I will find some fans to cheer you up and get you motivated. Do you like Falcons?
Dude, I saw at TI5, I saw him win. I want to see him again, but you got to take it on the summit, which it's not easy to win at the TI finals.
It's just not motivating. You don't say it's not easy to. We're supposed to be motivated. You can do it. Let's get some noise. All right. I need to find a new Falcons fan. Give us something. Come on, they're listening.
Just get better saves. They got the good ones, but they got. It's not easy.
They do not need your fights. They don't need advice. They need hype. You're not the coach. This guy won 2 TIs. All right, I'm moving on. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much. Falcons fans. Anyone a Falcon fan here? Oh, okay. He's standing up. This is an official broadcast here. Any words for Falcons? Can you hype them up?
Hype them up. Okay. Snaking, love your zoo, love your healing, amazing. Skitter, please, no Nature's Prophet out of position.
Okay, that's flaming. That's not what we call hyping people up. You need to give them motivation to win.
Okay, you guys got the experience. You're amazing. Amazing draw, good team fights. You guys got this.
Okay, that I will accept. Thank you very much, my friend. You a Falcons fan as well? Thank you. Thank you for the light applause on that one. I appreciate it. That guy right there applauding. You were the only one. I appreciate you back there. All right, advice. Please, hype these guys up. They need it.
First of all, go Falcons! But we must not...
Great start. That's what I'm talking about.
But let's admit, the situation is dire. We are losing.
You are losing me. You did. Okay, please.
We need one touch. We need Amar's positive mental attitude. So do some alt chat, hit enemy in the morale, and win the fucking game.
Yeah! All right. Okay, I like that. Like Goku in the Dragon Balls, we need to put together all of our positive energy and send it to Amar so that he can factory that up and turn it into toxicity. That is a good idea. How about you? You said you were a Falcons fan, correct?
Yes. Yeah, of course.
All right, this is it. This is the last chance that Falcons has, and this is the last chance this crowd has to not cringe, all right? This is all on you. Ladies and gentlemen, what's your name?
I think they should pick heroes for Malin. He need to play a game, and I believe in him. He can do this, and Amar to play.
Yeah. The question was, what's your name? But I'll take that, fantastic! Give it around! I like that, all right. One more, does anyone else a Falcons fan? Do we have a rousing speech? From the back, the person in green coming down. Hello, what's your name?
My name is Laura.
All right, that's a good step one, fantastic, okay. You have to hype these guys up. Please, I'm going to do something I never do. I trust you. I'm going to give you the mic. But if you betray me, I will snatch that mic out of your hand so fast. Give it to us, please. They are listening right there. Owie 2000, I saw him. He's in tears. He doesn't know what to do. This is up to you. Take it away.
Thanks. Guys, can I hear it from Falcon? Come on! You can do it, guys. I believe in you, no matter what. You're the best.
That I will tell you, well done! They are motivated. If we don't see another game win from Falcons, I don't know what to do. Thank you so much, crowd. Can we please put our hands together for both of these incredible teams one more time?
That was a good speech, that is for sure. Let's see if Falcons indeed will strike back and push us to a 5th game of this Grand Finals. Now, with this in mind, we did see them come back after that first game, Effie. What did they need to do this time around? Because last time when they came back from a game, we saw them setting a high tempo and crushing those lanes. And we now know that for Extreme, all they need to do is stabilize the lanes. How's Falcons going to stop that?
I think for Falcons, they took second pick in that last game, right? But then they used their overall last pick to pick Gyro into Sven. Maybe a little bit more respect towards Extreme Gaming and their late game. Give something to Skeeter that will actually do well throughout the entire game, regardless of how that early game goes. You know, some security.
I think there's a couple things you could do, depending also on the pick priority. You could switch it up, go first pick yourself, just to, well, put yourself in a different position, right? You're down 1 and 2. I would say it benefits Falcons a little bit more to make a switch up. Another hero I'm looking at, Sven has won, I believe, now 2 out of the 3 games, has looked incredibly strong. So just try to keep it simple, and the worst thing they could do right now is overthink. But luckily for them, you know, they have AY, he's been here before. He's going to make sure that they're, you know, chill and in the right zone, because just go in, we got to play.
And if they do end up taking second pick again, maybe save it for a Mars hero. Like, get that surprise factor in, because again, saving second pick to give to Skeeter in a losing matchup, that wasn't the correct choice, but I'm sure they've identified that.
I would imagine so. We did hear AY on stage just before the game started that they chose and opted for a second pick because we did have the same pick order 3 games in a row, which is kind of unusual, but it fell that way because Falcons identified that Extreme Gaming had a lot of success as second pick, and they wanted to take that away, T-Gov.
Yeah, it feels like coming into this 4th game, I'm expecting to see a shift, right? If Falcons have the choice, then maybe they go to first pick, right? Want to change up the pace. Because I think Zhao shown, that the bans are really good now, right? The Chen, Monkey, Ench ban when XG are first pick feels like they've not broken Falcons, but it simplifies the draft for XG where they aren't under that pressure. Knowing that you aren't going to have this issue of the little honest zoo running at you, I think is a really critical thing. But to highlight the 3 drafts that we've seen so far, I've said it before, but I think Maureen needs to be very aggressive, right? Ember is a hero that can be aggressive, but will shut down. Beastmaster needs to farm the jungle, has his stats contested, but naturally also wants to farm jungle, so doesn't really break open the game. So I'm hoping for Falcon's sake that they can find a hero for Maureen that wants to just explore the map, play into the game, because snaking can't do it, because those supports are getting banned out.
Yeah, and it's also like their supports are so important for them on Falcons. Like you have snaking, you have crit. It's a different reason also why I would like first pick for them. Like force Extreme to also ban your heroes. So you want to get your hands on the snaking Chen, on the snaking Ench, to maybe get the Maureen Sanking and also this Monkey King. Like there's only so few heroes they can ban. Do something new for you, because skill-wise these teams are very evenly matched.
Yeah, I will say also we're coming into territory where it is a best of 5, and teams generally do not play a lot of best of 5. So the meta evolvement that we're seeing within this series, it is extra important and extra interesting to look at as well. And I will say that when it does come to experience in Grand Finals, now we do know the experience of Grand Finals at TI, but this year in particular, Falcons has had quite a few Grand Finals. Extreme Gaming has not sat in a Grand Final this entire season, team.
It's still why it's so shocking that when I mean, maybe not shocking, but that's why, you know, this tie is so magical, right? For a team like XG to not even be talked about coming into TI as a favorite, right? I think you look at the predictions, no one predicted them to be a 4-0 team. It was, you know, not their year at all, but when they turn up to TI, they surprise everyone.
And it's like I'm just trying to pay attention also to like the players, to like try to like read a bit between the lines.
Yeah.
I think, and I know also because I've been around Aoi before, he's very good in like these type of moments. He knows what he has to say, he knows what needs to happen, because the thing is, if you don't get your hands on the first pick that you want, like you need to be aware for every scenario. Like if we change up to do this, you already know that Extreme, Zhao, he's talking about and thinking about what are they going to change, how are we going to be ready for those scenarios. So for both teams, like critical and clean thinking is really important right now.
Yeah, each of these teams have adjusted very well and shown that they adjust quickly. An adjustment that I really liked that Extreme Gaming made last game was their support duo. In the first 2 games, they run the ET plus Hoodwing support duo, an aggressive pair, and what ended up happening was in the second game, that Primal Beast ran them over. What did they do in the game 3? They got 2 enabling save type of support duos, one with a BKB piercing disable, anti-Primal Beast heroes, anti-Sand King heroes. These heroes, Bane plus Shadow Demon, they stop the way that Malorine's hero pool wants to play that first 15 minutes.
We also do know that Malrine has a massive hero pool, though. He doesn't have to stick in the trends that he has been playing this tournament. Surely his arsenal, Kezu, is larger than that.
No, absolutely, but I think it's a very good and very fair point, because I was looking at the SD more looking at like snaking with like, he's gonna pick Pugna, you're gonna be very good against it. But when we think about the other heroes that Falcons like to play and have shown us, Primal Beast is definitely up there. You had SD Bane against it, makes it very hard. But it's not just that, there's a Pangolier too. Pangolier does not enjoy Bane at all. It is one of like the worst support matchups. So this is absolute something else to take into account. So for Malrine, he has to think, okay, what are other heroes that I can pick into this that make it very annoying? So maybe he wants to look for something more elusive, like a Puck himself or a Void Spirit, get in the back line. I'm not quite sure where he's at right now in terms of like his thinking.
I mean, that's going to be the pressure though, right? Going into game 4, XG being 1 win away from, securing their Aegis, finally for Arme. These are the questions that I think between ATF and Aoi, they're going to have to, try and find common ground on, right? Aoi has been saying that ATF has got a lot more maturity nowadays. He's really grown to be, a very formidable captain, especially now he's clicking the buttons as well, right? Like, you cannot allow the previous game, him reclining the chair, like that cannot bleed into this next draft, because one mistake, it will be punished.
So how much do we feel like Falcons is going to change things up in that earlier stages of the drafts?
And when they do change things up, it'll be little things, like one small matchup here or there. I think that they truly do believe in their style of play and the heroes that they play. I wouldn't even be surprised if they ran back the Pugna, just not versus a Shadow Demon. Like, they lost that game 1 with Enchantress, they picked her in game 2 anyway. The same thing could happen here, but more respectful of the individual matchups inside of the game.
I mean, something else I can see too, because this is, we talk about this a lot. Malrine is very important for this team, as of course is everyone else, but they play through his tempo and they play through his lane. So looking to maybe secure his pick later, and I think Effie made a very good point about last picking Skeeter. I don't think it's like the S tier thing you can do with your Falcons. He's gonna do his laning stuff, they're gonna play through him, but you can take his hero early on in the draft as well.
It's also that thing where you can kind of bait XG to go for the saving supports, and then Snaking just suddenly plays like a silencer or something, right? Like you can draft a way to take away the fight, but again, for Malrine, he's not getting access to his Sand Kings, his Shakers. Primal done really well in 2 games ago, but not really opted this time around.
And it is also like important to know that for like in the incoming games, like even if Falcons are to win this game, I think that the pick order, and not just that, but also like the mindset that you go into these games with, is like incredibly important, because of course the gameplay matters more than anything else, but it comes from your emotion, it comes from how you feel. Do you trust each other? Is there any disbelief? Do you feel like you're getting outplayed even though the game is even? Things like this cannot be in your head.
Yeah, and if the game is going to be even, it means we should be having an even draft on our hands. But let's see if that is the case. It is time for the draft of this 4th game.
Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming. Grand Finals, Game 4.
I'll repeat myself, it's match point for Extreme Gaming, 1 game away from claiming the Aegis here in Hamburg. Let's see if they can get off to a good start with the draft here in this 4th game. We got Extreme this time on the Dire side, Falcons on the Radiant side, and it is, once more, Extreme Gaming with first pick, Falcons with overall last pick. And in terms of bans, so far, nothing changed.
Yeah, we've got the same, and I believe that it's XG who have priority. I believe that, like, this, the game, it begins outside of the game. They had choice, they take first pick, they know Falcons want to swap something up. I don't really see XG changing much, and I believe that Falcons didn't change anything either, even with their last 2 bans.
Correct. That is the same. It's also, okay, we're just running it back. Yeah. That's what's happening.
It's the same draft as of yet, but that's where it really shows that both Aoi and Zhao Wei, they identified that obviously the strengths from the previous draft, and I think for Aoi, it's like one key hero change, and it can all change. Like the Silencer, for example, I just mentioned. If you have disruptions and saves and all this early skirmish, you cannot do it into a global, so maybe that could be an option later down the line at least.
I mean, the only problem, because I like Silencer too, but the hero seems to have like fallen off for some people. I don't know exactly like what the reason is. Other 5s are perhaps stronger. There it is, right on cue, brother. Gets his Sand King.
So, of course, they opted for the Pangolier last game in the hope to find SD. This time around, it's Sand King, it's explosive damage. it's going to be good, but you have to respect disruption can fully break apart a Sanking's jump. So another way to find the SD would be quite nice, unless you're always jumping SD with the Sanking.
XG will be very happy to run back the same support duo of Bane plus Shadow Demon. It looks fine for them, but I wonder if Falcons are gonna respect the SF that came out last game, because on paper versus Sand King, it should do the same thing, if not harder. It can win the lane, if not harder, than versus a Beastmaster, and go into a triangle contest stacks.
There's also something interesting, like there's a high chance that Falcons, like the reason why they perhaps would not want to go for Pangoli here is that they feel like they just cannot squeeze in a Bane ban. Like they're not allowed to. In the first phase you can't, in the second phase they only have one, so it's like, okay, maybe we want to play this hero, but it's honestly too annoying against what XG are gonna propose to us.
And also, the game is very open, right, with Sand King. From the mid lane, you take stacks, you get Blink Dagger. Marion's very independent. In hard lanes, good lanes, he doesn't really need that much help other than Crit making the stacks. So now they don't have to focus entirely on mid. They can really, hammer home that aggression on the side lanes.
But that's where it matters, right? Then they don't want to give XM a favorable matchup versus a Sand King so that they can just leave Malorine alone. They don't want to have to input more resources into him.
Yeah, we got the Pango banned out. It took a little while to think about it. It was, of course, the first change for Extreme Gaming, who banned out the Sand King in the second phase last time around. Now they ban out the Pango that Falcons went for instead of the Sand King in that previous game. At this point, it was Falcons removing the Ursa, but they let that in. Respect that Bane.
It's respect on both sides, right? The fact that XG still banned the Pangolin, right? They know what the hero can do against their playstyle, and then Falcons, did they want to use the one ban on the Bane? Yes, they did in the end. They know how much Xnova's doing on it. But with the Leshrac pickup, this is just damage.
This is very, very strong. Like, Lesh alone, already we've talked about it so many times. XM Lesh is an absolute menace. You have an SD that's going to buff him up, maybe give him even more HP. You have a disruption save as well, and you continue to play forward. He clears your stacks. You're going to be incredibly heavy. If you're Falcons, you have to answer these heroes.
By the way, that was Ahmad's sister in the crowd just now, and she looks so nervous for him, but he doesn't seem that nervous.
I mean, you kind of have to be nervous. Like, even I'm nervous watching them.
And of course, the classic ET, right? We've seen the combination with the Lesh and the ET. We've seen Purge segments on it. Very, very strong combination.
So how are you going to break it if you're Falcons?
I think Falcons are pretty happy to get their Sand King plus their Hoodwink anyway. They win almost every game on this duo of heroes. They just need to make sure that they're targeting this Shadow Demon first. In the last game with the SD plus Bane, you couldn't go on one support because the other would save them. This time around, there's only one safe support. If you can focus your attention as a Sand King on the Shadow Demon, just burst him with that sharpshooter, you're doing fine.
So you also need to make sure Falcons have ways to itemize defensively very quick. Don't allow the burst potential of XG to shine. And that's where the Tusk, I think, comes into a big part here, where with the snowball saves, it can do so much work. And I'll be interested to know, will Tusk actually maybe even go for the drinking buddies just to get the repositioning to save heroes? We don't see it often, but again, Arme running back to Sven to punish the gyro.
Yeah, his Sven is so damn good. Like, okay, so Falcons make the switch up where you get the Tusk with the gyro. They might think, okay, we had the Pugna with the gyro, it wasn't good enough. SD, he can suffer in lane, so you pick the more aggressive support. Okay, like, I can definitely get behind this. The problem is, Sven has looked incredible, and gyro doesn't really man-fight you. Even if you get jumped, we have a similar situation. You might get disruption, you're gonna pop your BKB, you turn around, you slam your sword, and you're very likely to kill a couple of heroes.
Falcons need to make sure that their aggression is directed to breaking Leshrac to then go find the Sven. What happened in the last game was they were so busy reacting to all the aggression, Arme had complete access to the jungle, complete free farm. So Falcons, they have the tools to take the fight, but they can't waste time at this Leshrac who's going to have a target that's back and try and bait Falcons away from what Arme is doing in the jungle.
It's also annoying for Falcons. Slaughter is a hero that you would like on your hands potentially against a Sven, but they pick out of phase. They've shown it to you in the game just now, so you also have to ban it.
They're just banning all of his stun heroes on XXS. They don't want to give him an easy Blink initiator. Like, outside of his Centaur plus his Shaker plus his Mars, he's been playing Slardar and Axe. Axe still exists, but a lot less popular. If you're playing Axe into Leshrac, that's really tough.
But Gyrocopter doesn't really break the lanes of an offlaner. So then Dawnbreaker, a hero that we kind of lost favor in, could come back here. You have the Solar Guardian. If Arme jumps in and Leshrac jumps in, now you have a core enabling the other two rather than always relying on the supports. Supports positioning in this game can be scary with Tusk jump, Hoodwink catching you or stanking. So I like the fact that a core could maybe take over the defensive capabilities in amping up the fight.
I'm with you on that point. The issue is Extreme Gaming looked so good last game because they had like that short cooldown blink initiation from XXS.
Yep.
You go for Dawnbreaker, suddenly you're playing on longer cooldowns. You don't have that same means to go in and out of a fight.
I mean, I'd love to see a Batrider, but the lane into Tusk Gyrocopter is, ooh, that could be scary.
I think that Batrider is actually playable. I mean, one of the reasons why I like it is that Batrider, like, they're playing a lot of snowball safe at the moment from Falcons. You cannot snowball safe a Batrider, and any 1+1 kill combo is available.
And actually, I take it back, it can be played because of the Shadow Demon. When the Tusk Gyro want to go aggressive, you get one disrupt on either of those heroes, you're going to survive and reset the lane. So because of Shadow Demon, I actually think, yeah, maybe the Batrider is playable.
I mean, other than that, the more likely archetype or what they're aiming for most often is like the strength guy. It's gonna give you team fight, goes in first. The thing is that like 8 to 9 of those heroes have been taken out.
I mean, Lycan is still in the pool.
Yeah, I would maybe like it a bit more if the Tusk was something different. I could see some pressure.
I mean, for XG.
Yeah, it's very good with Sven, not gonna lie. Like if you get towards the later stage, it's really cool.
We love seeing Magnus on the main stage.
My guy's pointing. He forgot to ban it some years ago, but now he's picking it. He knows what he's doing.
He's got beef with this hero.
He's got. This is a grudge pick.
This is a grand finals hero if I've ever seen one. We talked about XXS doing that blink initiation for his team, that low cooldown, those skewer backs. This is going to be key. They didn't want to give him big cooldowns. They're going for the big plays here on the main stage.
I don't think they've even played it so far at this TI, so yeah, to kind of bring that out in a potential tournament-winning game.
I mean, the pressure is on Amar. He is the one pressing the buttons. This is his pick. And I think he's got a lot of weight and pressure on his shoulders.
This is not the Gyro to carry the game. Gyro is a kind of enabling kind of puzzle piece to bring life to other heroes. You are not outscaling the Mag, the Sven, the Leshrat, the ET. You need someone else to step up.
Keep in mind that Sand Kings can still go offlane if they want to set up Malrine instead. It is still a flex pick after all.
It's quite hard because you're playing into like BKB disable, like even if you go like for some Quab or Sniper to like win the lane, like they suffer later.
Maybe, yeah, if the Sand King wants to go offlane, run back the Primal, at least have a hero that buys Blade Mail, can cushion the blow of the Leshrat. You keep running into the jungle. Amar then gets...
Oh, it's a bear though.
Oh.
It is the Ursa coming out, a hero that's been banned a lot. And it is Amar playing the Ursa.
Let's go.
Okay.
Not a single soul in this entire arena would have ever gone, you know what? Amar in a potential, losing game to a, is picking offlane Ursa.
Guys, you gotta respect this.
I respect the hustle. My guy's got confidence.
Listen, Ahmad only cares about one thing, okay? He just wants to win lane. He does not give a crap. He's like, give me Ursa. I will beat this Sven lane. I will not give him the game. I will be in their faces all the time. Who cares about team fighting? Who cares about map control? I'm just here to win the lane against Ame.
It reminds me of the other day where I'm looking at every hero and I'm like, nope, I don't like you, I don't like you, I don't like you. I don't know if he's going through like the same thing where he's like, okay, if I can't find something, I'm gonna ruin your game. So he's gonna do it to the carry again. I mean, they have to make something magical happen, like early game aggression. It is kind of their script. It looks horrendous and it's weird, but it can work.
Okay.
I'll say, Amar has played some Ursa before. Back in 2023 when he played carry on Nigma Galaxy. One game and he lost, but it doesn't matter. He has that one game of experience. And the thing is, Amar, he plays like the offlane Slark 6-7 months ago. He wants to be annoying, like Effie mentioned. If you can win the lane, sure, he likes to be chaotic. I respect it. He wants to be different. And I think being different in a potential, elimination game, that's what can potentially win it for you.
We talked about how Falcons need to do well in their lanes as kind of like their strategy against Extreme as a whole. Can this draft do it with the Ursa offlane? It's unusual.
I think it's weird. It's weird as hell, but it can.
It can do it, and I can see them snowballing potentially, but let me tell you, their windows are so tight.
Yeah.
Like, their frame of error are so little. The Gyro's going to get outscaled by the Sven. They have less team fight than on XG, and the high ground is going to be really hard versus Magnus. That's the issue. You want to snowball off of lanes, you're going to go high ground early.
Sven
You're playing against Magnus.
Sven Magnus on main stage.
The timer started, yeah.
Oh, well, they need to do all these things, and they also need to beat the Ame Sven, which is a tricky one as well. Let's find out what's going to happen in this fourth game. We are maybe crowning a king after this one. It will definitely happen if it was up to this guy. Let's head over to the stage. It's Zhao 8 with Tsunami.
We'll find out what the idea is right now. Game number 4 time, where things are getting interesting. A last pick Ursa, but it's an offlane Ursa. what do you think Falcon's idea is?
事情变得非常有趣了。对面选了最后一手拍拍熊，而且是3号位拍拍熊。你觉得他们的主意或者思路是什么样呢？
我觉得他们会像7一样的输掉。
I think they will lose like a maggot.
Whoa, strong words! And I also want to know about your offlaner. Magnus has a lot of history. How do you think XXS's Magnus compares to a collapse Magnus, perhaps?
我们想问一下你们这边的3号位，你觉得 XXS 的梦马跟 Collapse 的梦马相比怎么样呢
？XXS 的猛犸也是世界一流水平，我们训练也玩过非常多。
XXS, his Magnus is also world's top tier, and we played it a lot in our scrims.
And we're going to see how good it is in a potential championship game. Hamburg, put your hands together as we get to this game number 4.
Extreme Gaming had the chance to exercise the demons of their history, to right the wrongs of the past. And in the face of all that gravity, Amar says, screw it, let me carry.
Give me the bear. I'll show you how it's done. From the off lane, the man in his element. I felt like it was XXS having his hero pool challenge. It was Falcon saying, how many more cards do you have up your sleeve? And Amar, he got backed into the corner. He had to pull something out. Nobody could have predicted this pick in the world. It is absolutely out from left field. He does have experience on the hero. But man, what a pick to bust out in an elimination game in a TI Grand Final.
Avery, I trust you to give it to me straight.
Yeah.
The panel said it's possible. It's possible. Well, anything's possible in the world of Dota. Is this actually going to happen, or is this just cope? What good is the off-lane Ursa?
It's a hell of an Ursa game.
Okay, break it down for me.
I mean, it's a great Ursa game. You know, he has great core matchups. Not a lot of control against him. Demonic Purge is probably the one spell you're most annoyed by, but it does relieve a lot of that carry pressure that was on the gyro. And it just felt like that gyro pick was not going to get it done. We saw it suffer in the last game. Falcons felt like they needed more scale. They were not going to tempo this game out. This is the pick to do it. All eyes on Amar. How much did you learn during your brief stint as a carry?
How much did he learn? How much did Extreme learn? Taking the Magnus, match point.
Whew. This hero, man, it always comes back in a TI final. The playmaking is too good. The displacement is too valuable. The potential for the big plays in the team fight is always online. XXS is a Magnus master. I agree with Joey. It's a very underrated hero of his. We often forget about it, but man, it's only going to take a few good skewers in this game to break it open. Terrifying hero to play against when there's everything on the line. And there's not really a good counter to it. If you look at the Falcons lineup, your best interrupt is if you can land one of these stuns, but you know, it's not that Rubik lift. It's not the insta-hex.
No, it's going to have to be a blink, snowball, or punch from Snake King, I think is their best option, or like a quick burrow from Sand King.
But if he has BKB mag, there's almost nothing stopping his game.
Then there's only blink punch, and that feels nigh impossible.
I do like the Tusk pick, though. I think this is a hero that has worked really well for Falcons in the past. Both of their support players are absolute masters on it. It could have gone either way. And it's a hero that gives you that BKB pierce that I think they felt the pressure of lacking in that game 3. You know, when Ame goes in on this Sven, and he is just threatening to chunk you down, what is the interrupt? What happens to stall his BKB duration out and be able to turn those fights around? Tusk is a hero that can give that to you with punch plus the snowball save. It can do a lot here. Ursa can be a hard hero to jump. It's not as straightforward of a Sven game. That said, you always have the Magnus to bail you out if it really comes to it. Another just terrifying scaling lineup from XG. Another game where if you're Falcons, you want to get out ahead. You do not want to fall behind against this lineup at all.
No, certainly not. Feels like a lot of pressure. Like, sure, a lot of attention on Amar doing this secondary carry and offlane Ursa. But doesn't this just put a lot of weight on Maureen's shoulders? He has to take the burden of all the initiation and all of the early and mid game for Falcons.
Does have his Sand King to do it, though. I think this has been his most explosive hero relative to the rest of the pack. He has really stood out on the Sand King here. He will get it in this pivotal game 4. And they went for it over that Beastmaster into the Shadow Demon, which I think was the right call. I think playing the Roars into the late game against the Disruption just felt terrible for him. This time around, he's a lot more AoE damage. Way harder for Xin-Q to go in and stall up his presence in the middle of the team fight. He can still scale like a beast.
Burrow striking away, but XM still gets a good amount of Diabolic Edict damage on this Sand King. And it's going to be one of the struggles. Malrine won't be able to just exist inside of Sandstorm. He will be outdone by the damage over time from the Leshrac.
So Falcons get their Hoodwink Sand King combo. This is a combo we've seen them abuse before. With the amp damage from the Boomerang into the Sand King damage, Sharpshooter on top, that's enough to take anybody out.
Disruption in the bottom lane, being run down by the Gyrocopter. Shockwave trying to separate the two of them, but Xin-Q is slowed down by the Blood Grenade, and the first blood will be taken by Skeeter. In turn, he's skewered back into the tower, but XXS not enough to finish him off. And just now noticing that Snake King opted for Drinking Buddies over the tag team.
This is their combo with the Gyro, right? Drinking Buddies him up, let the Flak Cannon go to work. Really nice damage buff for this hero. They have really strong combinations in this game, plus an Ursa. I'll let you decide what that's worth. Just had to throw that out there at least once.
We'll love to see the combination with that Ursa and how it happens. Epicenter being used. XM didn't expect this little bit.
No way.
No. He's stuck inside the Sandstorm. There's no way he survives a Blood Grenade just in case they finish him off.
Nice pickup from Malrine. Getting aggressive, had the level advantage, hit the level 6 first off some nice laning. Takes it straight to the Leshrac with a timely rotation from Crit. Probably called it over. And now Crit, he can go straight into the double stack with the Ancients, defend it against Nova, look back towards lane, and then look into that Wisdom Shrine. Very nice sequence for him. This Sand King is going to be fat. And this laning phase turning once more towards Falcons. This series has just been back and forth, both in the draft and in the first 10 minutes. It's been super pivotal for what Falcons want to do here with their lineups. They're winning this one across the board. Triple lane win for them. Gotta be happy about that.
And got some ancient stacks, and the fact that they got that kill at the time that they did, it meant the Leshrac wasn't there to contest for the Power Rune. The Power Rune means that Malrine can either very efficiently clear out these ancients, or he can hold on to it and make another move on that Leshrac.
You take ancients, give the mid lane to the Hoodwink. XM's not going to be able to kick Crit out of your solo. Just super efficient early game here for Falcons. And you have a safe lane that's not easy to contest. Like, we saw the Gyro getting forced out of the lane in the game previous because that starter had such a good matchup. The Mag is not going to do something similar here, especially when you have Tusk with early Drinking Buddies to back him up. These are cores for Falcons that are going to stand on these lanes, and they're going to stand on them for a long time. If you're XG, you're going to get forced into the jungle. You need to look towards the stacking efficiency here. It's going to be a defensive game from them.
Everywhere you look, Falcons max efficiency. Malrine's going to join them here in the bottom lane. Goes after the Shadow Demon. They've got him. Burrow strike underneath the Sandstorm. He'll try and disrupt. He can't even get that much off. Malrine does too much damage. He didn't even pop the amp damage. He'll use it now to put pressure on this off-lane tower, knowing that the Magnus is not ready to contest.
Oh, it's super nice. Not normally a tower you want to prioritize early, but against the Magnus lineup, you open up both these ancient camps. Or both these side camps and the ancient camp. It's going to feel great.
Make a run for it, Crit. He slowed down a little bit. Amar challenging XM. With this early level 6, he can stand up to the damage of the Diabolic Edict. Crit, though, he tried to make his way, weave his way through those trees. Too many heroes from Extreme Gaming up here, though.
I think you just let Amar exist up here. Like, you have to expect XG are going to bring some numbers up here a couple times. Try and punish this offlane Ursa, but it's also not the best hero for you to play through if you're Falcons.
With that Enrage on cooldown, Extreme have to punish him. He comes forward to try and collect some CS. That is greedy.
Need another
Will
poison.
he pay the price for it? One more poison should do it. He managed to juke that one.
Can't juke this one.
Xin-Q, he gets a little bit. No, he jukes it. He gets down to the low ground. Dodges the stomp. Now he dodged another poison. He is breaking ankles left and right. Extreme will go home empty-handed.
So much time wasted up here. So much God Strength time wasted. And Malrine just soaking it all up, putting more tower pressure. That tier 1 bottom fell. He's now putting damage into this tier 1 mid. This is not a lineup you would have expected to be taking tier 1s this fast in this game, but they've just forced heroes off the lane. And now the rotation's coming through. Skeeter TPing into mid with this gyro, wants to secure the objective.
Yeah, Malrine backed him up in taking the offlane tower, and Skeeter will return the favor to Malrine.
And XG, they're just stacking jungle. But this is a jungle that might go straight into the Sand King if you can't defend your own side of the map.
Yeah, you have two different stack clears between the Sand King and the Gyrocopter.
Imagine Falcons get in here right now. This is the recovery for XM. I mean, he's just trying to clear through this so it doesn't get stolen. He's just low mana.
Malrine so close to a Blink Dagger. Once he gets that. Xnova, I think he made the read there. Snake King taking down the tree for a more optimal ward, but probably gives a sign to Xnova to what's going on here.
They do clear through most of the stacks for the Lesh.
And now they're hunting for Ame, but Ame's already backed out.
This Sand King already has Blink, 20 gold. Another deep ward place. This is all to set Malrine up around the map, let him control the plays. Every jump from this Sand King with support follow-up should be a kill. Battle Fury Ursa. I was wondering if we were going to see maybe some fighting build. You know, there used to be like Diffusal builds of the past or something, but
yeah.
No, I'm just going to carry this game. Don't worry, Skeeter. I'll put you in my backpack.
It's just so Amar. XXS chased after a missile and a snowball, and now the ultimate over the top. Double ultimates to secure the kill.
Beautiful connection there. This is why I like the Tusk for them so much. I almost think they forgot about this hero for a little bit. They're like, oh yeah, we're super good with this hero. We have some of the best Tusk players in the world, and it'll give us a lot of more scaling comfortability. Nice combinations with our cores, great catch around the map. This hero gives you everything as long as you can get it through the lane, and they did just that.
Similar play, Malrine has been hiding his Blink Dagger for about a minute here. Finally picks it up as Crit is ready to smoke him to a part of the map that Extreme Gaming are inhabiting.
This game is just flowing for Falcons right now. You can feel it. Everything is just coming together. And they have an Ursa. Smoke. Smoke is coming. Two-man team looking for Ame up here.
Malrine, he knows.
They are going to go
Crit had to go back to pick up Amar in this smoke, but Malrine, he's got the vision. And in Mame, there's no way out on this one. The kill will be taken by Crit. But it doesn't matter who takes the kill, who gets the bounty for that. The important part, shutting down Extreme Gaming's carry.
It looks like XXS was debating, can I go the Helm? Do I need to rush the Blink before I even go Helm with Dominator on this mag? I think he would have really liked to just get Helm and start farming up. If this game were a slower pace, that might have been the play. Now he's just considering, I need a Blink and we need to go do something.
I agree with this. Things are escalating far too quickly. You have the Blink Dagger on the Leshrac. You can get the Blink Dagger on the mag. You can actually push back against some of Falcon's aggression.
They're looking to do just that. Gank the Snake King Tusk mid with the fresh Blink Dagger.
Tagged him with the poison.
Hesitant to go.
It's just a fine position, guys.
They're going to smoke instead. Look for a bigger target. They want to core off this.
Well, I'm not sure if they're going to find one. Crit is in prime placement here to break that smoke. Extreme Gaming have actually just pinged on him. He's not even going to get in range. They miss out on that. And Amar is backing away. This is going to be a smoke entirely whiffed.
Just awkward timing too, because your Magnus Blink just arrived. So you're trying to make a small play with the Slash, but you do commit the smoke to it. And now XXS sitting here like, guys, I rushed the Blink. Time to make a play.
Yeah, play around me.
You just don't have much map control, and we saw the stacks being cleared through by the Sand King. I mean, the stack differential in this game must be insane. How much that triangle was built up for the Sand King here. He gets an Arcane Rune on top of it.
Well, Malrine has already secured the early game for Falcon, so he can think about his own scale, which we've seen these Sand Kings. They just get stronger and stronger as the game goes through. This Aghanim Scepter allows this hero to do so much more in the late game than he used to. A lot of times, strongest period being that level 12, level 2 Epicenter plus Aghanim Scepter. That's what he's working towards. Falcon's taking full advantage of the fact that they own a good 60 to 70% of the map. Playing behind Skeeter and playing for that 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. Extreme, if they want to be able to contest this, it's going to have to be XXS pulling out a sick play. He's got the distance. He can maybe pull them into that tier 2 tower area.
Got to scout with the ET Spirit here. Gain some sort of vision advantage. Scan lands, they know they're there.
Malrine, he blinks backwards. Skeeter, he's the one to play on the front lines. Gets a little vision. Spots XM. XM, he's in danger of being blown up right away, but holds the Gyrocopter. He's pulled back with there. DRB lands a 3-man. A skewer to finish off 1, but the damage is not done yet. Malrine fighting underneath the sandstorm, and Ame behind the shards can't get to his allies.
He's blocked off.
He is blocked off, and now Falcons start making their retreat. Nova desperately with the stomp. He gets
so
2.
good.
Ame, here comes the hammer. Malrine, he makes the bro strike away. Malrine's out. They'll try and get Snake King, but a shards to block him off again. Ame, he tried to show up for his team, but the path was blocked.
6 shards from Snake King there, salvaging that engagement. As Sven gets in there, you are all done.
And Amar is absolutely right. That was a 4 versus 5 fight. I wasn't sure. At first he was talking about the Sven, but no, he's talking about himself.
I was just about to say the same thing. That was a fight without the Ursa there. That's the fight you're supposed to win. You landed a massive RP. The only downside of that is he skewered him out of the Earth Splitter. He was trying to get him closer to Ame, but you ended up dodging the Earth Splitter's damage, and then pushing them next to Ame didn't pay off because he got stuck behind the shards.
I also think in that situation, you cannot afford the Leshrac to be the one to jump first. He does the most damage, and he rushed a Blink Dagger. He is not tanky at all.
He just sacrificed himself on the front line to try and get the clump, which he did do. I don't think that's a terrible recipe for the team fight. They just couldn't clean it up. And Amar laughing all the way to the bank. He just gets the free farm the whole time. Well done, team. Learning what Skeeter feels like every game.
He kind of is. 5,000 net worth lead, 7-2 to the favor of Falcons. Another 1,300 gold for that Aghanim Scepter for Malrine. Another 1,200 for Skeeter to get his own Aghanim Scepter.
This Ursa's forcing heroes off the map solo, man.
Yeah, just existing in this part of the map is limiting Extreme's ability to farm. And soon he's going to have a Blink Dagger and be able to join his team if he chooses to do so.
XG, as always, though, will keep farming. This team, pretty hard to force them behind unless you just completely route them off the map. They'll always find something. You have a lot of cleave mechanics to go to work, so got to keep Honey here with this Sand King. Keep putting Malrine's strength to use. Combine it with the supports. Look for the big key pickoffs. You lost some vision off of that fight. As usual, X-Nova on point with the D-warding.
I like that Falcons went back to D-ward that high ground. Clearly in that team fight, Extreme Gaming played around a high ground ward. They take that off the map and just make it a little bit more claustrophobic for Extreme, who are currently huddled around each other in the mid lane.
For good reason. This gank coming through bottom would have landed if you're farming around in this area.
But then what about the top lane? You can't just let a solo Ursa continue to bully you.
It's a nice Ursa game.
It's a nice Ursa game.
Very nice Ursa game. Not a lot in XG's lineup that wants to run at him for a very long time. And in fact, this is the flip side of that matchup we saw earlier, where it was the Ame Ursa against the Sven, right? He absolutely took it to Skeeter in that matchup. Falcons now reversing the script.
Well, at this point, it feels like Extreme are just going to forfeit Roshan. They're going to forfeit Tormentors. I mean, if you're not playing anywhere close to the river, it just kind of guarantees that Ursa's going to be able to take all these objectives for Falcons. Extreme, are they just already ramping up for the high ground defense in late game?
No, you can't give up that much in this game. They almost died on this ward down here. Oh, they're going back in. I don't know if this is where you want to be right now.
X-Nova sacrificing his life to get some information, and it will be his life, without a doubt.
Better him than a core.
That is true.
But you are continuing to give more momentum to the Sand King and make those objectives harder to contest whenever Amar feels the time has come.
How many more Helma Doms does Extreme need at this point to be able to rat the map?
Only have the one for now.
The
We'll
duo.
go a long way.
Amar and Malrine. Just checking out the top part of the map, seeing if anybody's here, anybody's farming up the Ancients. They are limiting control.
It feels like XG want to make a move with Ame's Blink. I mean, you can fight if you bring the Sven into the play, and he's part of your initiation. But it's a very risky move for Ame.
Yeah,
if that goes wrong, his game just gets thrown down the drain. And it's going to be an instant Roshan or whatever from this bear if that fight is a disaster.
Oh, certainly. Without a BKB, there's a lot of magic damage in these team fights from Falcons. It pretty much means that you have to get a sick initiation if you're Extreme, if you are going to take this fight.
Especially with Ags done on the Sand King. Maureen's timing perfect here. Just as XG thinking about gearing up for a move, the counter punch arrives, and it's a big one.
Maureen plays off the disruption. And Jinkyu and a Helmadam creep will die.
I think he was disrupting to send his illusions out to scout. They saw him on the ward.
Yeah.
It's a self-setup right there. Maureen says, thank you very much. That's the kill we needed, straight into the Roche pit.
Yeah, it wasn't going to really take much, that's for sure.
Now, the real question is who takes this Aegis? Carry one or carry two?
It's time to determine who the true carry of Falcons is, and it's Amar.
He asserts dominance here. I think he is the better Aegis carrier.
You know what's funny? On the road to TI, I asked Amar, said, should I put you or Skeeter for my core in fantasy? And he said, if you get good stats for farm, take me. That's coming true. Man had a plan. Said Skeeter's going to be the one making space for me, and it's happening in this Game 4 of a TI Grand Finals.
I mean, space is one thing, but he's also top net worth on this gyro. Like, both these guys are getting a lot right now. And this Drinking Buddy's Tusk is still likely going to go into the gyro. There's a lot of problems for XG to solve in this game. This is not the same gyrocopter trajectory we saw in the previous match. He's going to have a lot better time in the fights. He has better matchups. He has more survivability. This will be a 5-man smoke move from XG. This has to land. I mean, this is a massive committal. You're down 12K at 21 minutes. If you whiff here, it's going to be a long road to come back.
Oh my God. Skeeter, he's backed away. It's looking like they're not going to get, I mean, they can maybe, with the position, take the safe lane tower, but a safe lane tower at 21 minutes?
Doesn't feel great.
No, not at all. I did kind of like the timing of that. Was interesting. It was right as Wisdom Shrine was going to spawn at 21, which Maureen, he went for, so he was nowhere in the neighborhood as a result.
Quick smoke from Falcons. Now they're looking to punch back. Not a bad idea. Once this smoke play fails from XG, it's very likely they split up across the map to return to the farming patterns. They will just miss XXS on top of that hill.
Yeah, snaking, shoving them back. And on the other side,
Maureen
and Crit, the true threat is here. The two-man power team. So much burst damage with this epicenter. They've got the mag dead. He tries to skewer away, but he cannot escape. And now, X-Nova, he can't escape the bear as well. No, wait, the Purge, it slowed him down just enough, but even worse, it's XM sinking. Now he arrives back into the fight, gets the stun, a Burrow Strike to finish him off. 2 cores dead on the side of Extreme. The supports limp back to the base.
I mean, XM went in there, he finds Crit, but he pays a big price for sacrificing his positioning. No way you're fighting this bear with 2 lives. Basher already online. He's a catch hero now, too. He's a problem for the Sven. This pick has worked out beautifully. It's just dissuading Ame from joining any of these early fights. And both of these carries are getting massively over-farmed right now. Maybe you take down one, but are you going to be able to take down both? It seems incredibly unlikely. Back to the Magnus pick. You're going to have to make some magic happen if you're XXS here. I mean, this has been a player that XG have gone back to time and time again in their run to this finals. And he has made the plays. But once more, it'll fall on his shoulders to find the skewers or find the RPs. Looking towards BKB Ags of his own would give him a lot more capability to do that.
I'm telling you, man, it's just high ground defense. I think Extreme Gaming don't really have any other options but just playing defense. And that's not going to feel good against Falcons, who are not known to speed things up.
I was just going to take the entire map, continue to hunt you, build an insurmountable lead. In theory, your lineup is great at high ground defense, but I don't care how good your lineup is. You're down 30, 40K. It's not going to matter.
XXS gotta get something here. Snake King, he'll make it as costly as possible. Stormhammer dodge and he blinks away. Ame trying to get the cleave hit on him. Does not get the timing for it.
So is Ame's BKB as well.
And Snake King, he watches XM take the amp damage, tries to catch him in the shards. XM does manage to sidestep that one though. So a tool to use for the next 2 minutes. An amp damage rune on a Leshrac. He just needs BKB. The sad thing is he is still a ways away from that.
I mean, does BKB even help him that much? The bear gets on top of you if you get punched by the Tusk. A lot of physical damage in this lineup, particularly with that drinking bundy's amping you up. You might get a taste of the bear right here. XM, that's not who you want to run into.
Amar hunting him down, got a bash. Not required, but Crit will lend a helping hand. Thanking Amar for the kill.
I mean, I think this is thanking him for the pick, because this is just working beautifully right now. XG do not have an answer to the offlane Ursa. Was not on their bingo card.
Avery, tell me, what's the answer? It's the enemy team drafting 2 carries.
I've been saying we should do this for years. I'm from the NA region, Austin. We play with 3 carries. We were well ahead of the meta. I don't know why it hasn't been done before.
Is that what Extreme's gonna have to do if we go to a game 5?
It might be. I mean, you just have to escalate, right? If they pick 2 carries, you got to pick 3. If they pick 3, you got to start building Midases. It's the only way you can go. That is the inevitability of Dota. And right now, XG, they would be loving some catch-up gold here because the lead is just spiraling out of control, man. It feels like every minute this game goes on, that graph is accelerating.
Well, the upside for Extreme, if they ever do find a 4th kill in this game, they'll get a lot of comeback gold as they are currently down 19,000 net worth. Another 2 minutes to Roshan. If Extreme is going to make a move, I anticipate it's going to be around that. Looking for any items that'll change the nature of this game. It's still XM's BKB.
I think Daedalus for Ame. Give him the big crit, empower this Sven. If you land some clutch stuns, clutch RP, clutch stomp on the Ursa when he's enraged, stuff like this, slow that fight down, let Ame go to work. This hero can output the DPS. You can bring anybody down.
Maybe he can kill Skeeter before the Satanic allows him to heal up, because that is what Skeeter's going to have. If Ame has Daedalus, Skeeter will have Satanic. And we aren't even going to talk about what Amar's going to be able to have. A level 20 Ursa with an Aghanim Scepter.
You have to kite somebody in this lineup. And it's likely the Ursa try and take down the Gyro. Like you said, if Skeeter gets to Satanic before this next Roche, which looks really likely here, man, he is tough to bring down too. Then you're going to need to get some good skewers here. Abuse the scouting from Xnova with the ET Spirit. You can find somebody, skewer them in, look for the RP, and then you have Disruption to bail out the return jump from Falcons. That kind of team fight can maybe out-execute.
Yeah, and you, on top of all of that, you have the Elder Titan to fish for the Magnus, right? He can keep on, if you're going to push into them, it's actually just so obnoxious. Stomp after stomp, if you ever do get hit by that stomp, you might get skewered back to the base, and then Demonic Purge and everything else you said.
There's that punch interrupt. I mean, Snake can always bail these situations out. He's having a really good game on this Tusk, so he got a very early blink in this game. He's going to be farmed. Looking for a Yules, that would be another interrupt. Of course, Magnus BKB prevents a couple of these shenanigans, but the punch can always land. They're the BKBs for XG. I mean, this is their best time to strike back, right? Triple BKB core timing, long durations on all of it. If you can try and land an RP, all in some of these heroes, yeah, Amar is strong, but he can't power through everything.
Against seemingly insurmountable odds, Extreme Gaming, 5-man smoke, push out. If they get somehow a pick-off or a team fight that works for them, a fast Roshan could allow them to start changing the narrative of this game. Amar, though, he's fearless. He just jumped straight to XXS. Look at the damage he did. Both to XXS and Shin Q, who was in the way of that Battle Fury cleave. And Xnova is way out of position as his team got jumped. He hides away in the corner, gets a good ward down to contest Roshan, but he TP's back. But now Ame spotted. He really doesn't want to have to use his BKB here.
Amar looking for another entry, has this deep ward on the lane. Ult is up. That's an Ags ult too. Can't go on him first. They will get the D ward though. Valuable D ward here.
Information might just be their greatest advantage between getting the D ward and having their own wards up.
These 5-man smokes are just usually not the ticket. And we're seeing XG all in their base again. When you're in this position, it's very tempting to just pop that and look for something, but it almost never works. And you're still closing in on this Daedalus for Ame. You really want that item to try and make this comeback possible.
You know, Avery, it's kind of fitting. I feel like there's been a lot of nostalgia at this TI, and I'm really feeling it looking at this kill score. 12-3, 29 minutes in. I feel like I'm back in like 2014 Dota.
It's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
Be quite a different set of teams here if we were back that far. Some of the same players, though. Does take around 10 years to win a TI. Unless you're Thompson.
Very few Royal Roaders in Dota's history, that's for sure. All right, Falcons are the ones to have the smoke. With Roshan at its almost max spawn point, just another minute for that. They know it's guaranteed. They know it's coming their way. It's going to be in this bottom pit, so they're going to clear out this area. Get some good vision down. Extreme, they only have this one ward to play around. It doesn't really see that much for them.
Just glimpses in that river around this bottom pit. Falcons, they don't want to reach too far with this smoke. Just clear the area out, secure the objective. Don't force a bad fight into all this turnaround potential. Yeah, you have an insane gold lead, but it can vanish in an instant. All this crazy scaling in AoE.
Put Extreme in a position where if 5 people inside their base to play for Roshan, they'd have to just go for a Hail Mary 5-man smoke. And you've only got one more smoke left for a time being on X Nova. So Extreme say, just play for farm. Get an Aghanim Scepter on XXS. Get that Daedalus you were talking about on Ame. This Roshan will give them a solid 30 seconds, maybe even a full minute to get some farm. Ame maybe could take a Tormentor if he's real quick with it.
I think you gotta get something right here. Aegis onto the gyrocopter. This time around, Skeeter takes it. He will siege the high ground with that item.
The harder hero to get a good skewer back on, right?
100%. And even if you do, he might be able to survive through with Satanic. There's the Daedalus though, so big crit's gonna come through. That's an empowered Sven. Almost level 20 as well. Does have the gunpowder gauntlet. Insane amount of burst damage coming out in those first few hits. Might just decide the fight.
Yes, he may be behind the gyrocopter and the Ursa in net worth, but the power adds so much. The epicenter fine gets the Magnus though. And there goes all the initiation. Ame is going to try and chase after them, but they're already out. They're up to the high ground, and you cannot go blind up there.
I mean, also the Magnus is your catch. He gets found first. Your chase potential or looking for anything else goes down the drain.
So God Strength used, 70-second cooldown. What is Falcons going to get done in this window?
Go high ground. At least threaten it. Look for some opportunities on the jump from the Ursa while the gyro hits. No Magnus, you're not afraid of the skewer play. Drinking Buddies gives you the flak. No one can really approach here. An awkward glyph timing too. That was not the greatest.
No, with the wave not even there yet. An Octarine done for this Ursa. He's getting to that untouchable state where he gets to 25. He's jumping around with the Earthshock all the time. He will just be perma-enraged.
Look for the skewer.
Got the skewer back. No save this time. Snaking trying to pull him back. Shockwave dilutes him a little bit deeper. XXS got to be careful though. The second carry almost dies to Amar, but the demonic purge is there from Shin-Q. Good responses from Extreme, but it simply doesn't feel like it's enough.
Gotta find ways to output damage, and that means waiting for God Strength to be back up. If Ame's available for that jump, there's turnaround, but he's still waiting on the cooldown. 2 seconds left for this ultimate. Gotta fish again, gotta find another skewer.
Skeeter getting closer and closer. Ame goes to challenge him, and he's pulled away a little bit by the Drinking Buddies. Now he pops the Satanic, and it's Ame's turn. Ame's low, corner HP. He needs to be able to hit something. It's finally gonna be Snaking. Gets that kill, starts backing away, but here comes Malrine with the epicenter to slow him down. They take out Ame. XM in trouble outside the base. He'll be run down as well. 2 cores on Extreme, neither have buyback, and Falcons in a position to push us to Game 5. It is over. Extreme, call it early. They say that's fine. Touche. We'll see you in Game 5.
This series will go the distance. I don't even remember the last time we had a Game 5, other than those Spirit series going way back to those TIs.
Yeah, that was the last time. TI-10 was the last time we had it.
I mean, we've just had so many one-sided grand finals. I think everybody in this stadium is just thrilled to have a Game 5 between any two teams, let alone these two. That is going to be an intense single game of Dota with so much on the line, so much legacy, so many first-timers that would love to lift that Aegis.
A couple of 2-timers in there, a 3-timer potentially.
Don't forget about AUI looking for that third Aegis.
I just cannot believe that this has actually gone to a Game 5. This is the most one-sided Game 5 finals I have ever seen in my life. It's completely one-sided every single game, and I have no idea who's going to win.
It comes down to draft, it comes down to laning, and it comes down to those final few adjustments you can make as the clock strikes midnight.
Has there ever been a finals that has felt so draft dependent? It is just insane how one-sided these games are as a result of that draft, and that is why it is so crucial to take as much time as you can, figure out what strategy you need for this final game. One of these teams is going to be lifting the Aegis very soon. Let's head back to the panel to break down what we could be seeing this upcoming Game 5.
Oh, it's crunch time, all right, for the teams for sure. I can't even imagine the pressure they must be feeling. But we're going to take it slow. We're going to break down the game we just witnessed because it was kind of one-sided. Effie, we did say that Falcons, they had a shot if they did well in the lanes, and we were wondering if that Ursa was going to work. It worked out.
It worked out so well. Not only did they win their lanes and just do the typical Falcons, farm the entire map, choke out the enemies, they made no mistakes, right? The issue would have been if they were going into that Magnus high ground too early, if they were playing into team fights maybe at the wrong timings, if they went to an incorrect side of the map. They just had so much discipline in this game on Falcons.
I mean, the confidence of Mar, right? Your final pick in the draft, you know that your carry gyrocopter isn't going to be able to outscale your opponent, and your offlane is getting banned out. So then you go for, you know what, I'm going to go for an Ursa. He doesn't play it competitively. He plays it in his pubs. I'll give him credit. He's using his knowledge of his pubs that he doesn't want to show in competitive. And randomly, second competitive game on Ursa, this is it. I'm offlane, I'm into a Sven, I can combo break the Magnus. But who else would truly draft in this style to break away from all of your team's logic, your entire team's approach to this TI, and then you're going, you know what, Amar, what are you doing in your pubs? A week ago, a month ago, 6 months ago. Yo, it's working out. Let's try it in a potential elimination game against XG, and then to dominate like this. He even said it himself. He's 45. He did nothing. His team did all the work.
I mean, I'm kind of shook, and I wouldn't be surprised if XG, at least during the game, or still right now, have like a little bit of this feeling going on. Offlane 24 pick Ursa. This doesn't exist. This is not real, but it just hit you and it destroyed you. Like, they win all their lanes, and I will say it's not just Amar and it's not just the Ursa pick, it's everyone. Malrine on his staple SK, he destroyed X and mid. They played so well in the early game, and they go for the thing that they do whenever they win. They go for all the lane winning stuff. They take the tier 1s, they play the map. XG, they looked a little bit hurt in this game.
I love the fact that Snaking also went for drinking buddies on the Tusk, right? They turned this lane into such a dominating bit of aggression, right? You apply the drinking buddies onto the gyrocopter, you can chase down the lane, you also then have the saves throughout. So if the game was difficult, Snaking would have been able to step up. But it was so snowbally that we didn't really get to see it shine, but changing up the facets, playing for the offlane Ursa, I don't think XG was ready for any of this in this game.
It was just so funny to me watching the Ursa just play in the bottom left corner of the map while the rest of his team was fighting on the other end. He just bought a Battle Fury from the offlane, but here we can see Malrine as one of the standout players. We can talk and talk and talk about this Ursa, but the real factor of this game, which is what it has always been throughout all of Falcon's wins, if Malrine gets his Sand King, if he gets to pair up with Crit's Hoodwink or Crit's Snapfire, they take over the entire game. In contrast to the last game where he had his stacks invaded by XM's Shadow Fiend, his stacks were untouched, he hit all of his timings, and he took over.
I think a critical thing Falcons identified during the draft is that Leshrac, Sven, Magnus, all these heroes, they kind of farm the lane and then go farm the jungle. They keep doing farm, right? They're never overlapping their heroes. They're never really fighting. You might throw like a Stormhammer here, or Lesh might rotate, but it's not as explosive as the likes of, you know, the Sand Kings and the Gyrocopters and Tusk. Like, they want to sweep through the map, and I think XG, that farm game has been punished once again.
I mean, to me, like what I see also is I think this game is a good indicator of that gold can fix kind of everything for you. Because I wouldn't like this is not a traditional Dota 2 draft. But this also goes to show you that this game is so complex, you can do so many different things. Because I'm pretty sure if you ask a lot of people after this draft, I did not think the Falcons draft was going to work out. I'm not going to lie. And that's one of the beauties of this game, where you don't know whether it's going to work or not until you actually see it played on like the highest level.
Yeah, and we've seen Sven so dominant, so I also thought, okay, this Sven's going to be a tough puzzle piece to solve. It didn't look like it, Kezu.
No, and it's like, it's honestly so crazy. Like, I'm still in halfway of like disbelief, but we have to show. And guys, a quick reminder, this is not carry to carry comparison. This is offlane guy Chad, you know, last pick calls for like some Amar Ursa against the Ame Sven. Because Ame on this hero has looked incredible, but at this point in the game, look at his hero damage, 1500. He hasn't dared even to touch a hero in this game, probably apart from the laning stage. Amar, higher net worth, perfect items, got the axe to break him free, the Basher to play aggressive. Yeah, I don't know where to go from here. I'm a little worried for XG.
The fact that he was just farming so freely on the Ursa and Key, he had the gem on him, right? Because Amar, the way that he played this Ursa is when, you know, he had that short stint playing offlane Slark. I just had like deja vu watching him. Like, you basically get 2 or 3 items, you run through the map, you keep dewarding, you're inviting the enemy onto you, right? That's kind of a Falcons thing, right? Some player at some point, if they're thriving, tries to bait their opponent. And when Amar got the gem, got all this, he was doing it exceptionally well.
Yeah, it was, I mean, you might have thought at some point that it looked like a carry Ursa, but it was a frontlining tanky Ursa.
Yeah, exactly. And I have a very brief clip to kind of summarize what I was, or show you what I was talking about just there. But yeah, the way that Amar played it, of course, they have a 20,000 gold lead. It's easy to kind of say this is good, but even if this game was closer, Amar would be playing in the same way. If this was a 4K lead, 3K lead, a 100,000 gold lead, he's still going to do the same thing. He's going to run in, use the gem, jump the backline, and in the pressure of the draft to identify how do we stop Magnus and have additional scaling. Now that you think about it in hindsight, of course, it's like, oh, this is a really cool pick. So again, props to Amar and Aoi to kind of collectively come together and find this very, very, very niche pick.
Ursa aside though, and again, it was so cool, very fun to see it on the mid stage from the offlane. Falcons did what they always do to no punishment in that early game. Before Ursa could even be a factor, the best thing that he did for his team in that first 15 minutes was win the lane. That's what he picked the hero to do, right? But still, you got this Snake King on a save support, different than the ones he's been playing, but he got it. Malrine, he got his Sand King. Crit got his Hoodwink.
Yeah, it was very good looking for Falcons, and we keep mentioning they had a very strong early game. And what exactly happened in that early game, Purge?
The Ursa got to do whatever he wanted, and that was the entire point of this pick. They were trying to dismantle the laning stage for what XG had, and a lot of that comes down to the Elder Titan here. He's supposed to be able to punch and fight his opponents, but because Ursa is stacking damage every single attack, in a lot of cases, X-Nova just stopped hitting him. This was actually one of the few times in the entire laning stage that they ended up trading, and from there, Crit basically messed around over on the right side, trying to stop pulls and things like that X-Nova's trying to do, and then eventually the supports just left the lane. And no joke, we are 8 minutes in. You remember this gank that happened where Amar dodged a lot of stuff and they played the music and all, that where he actually got low? Look at this tango in his inventory here. That is one of his 3 starting tangos, and we're 9 minutes into the game. That is how little harassment there was in his lane. He hit creeps, and Ame hit creeps. So it was kind of just, the game was solved in a lot of ways based on him just picking his hero. He got to get his Battle Fury on time, he got to get his Blink Dagger, and then he just became a normal hero. The game smoothed out because it was a bit of a farm fest. And then, again, the best things that Falcon got was they got the Malrine Sand King, which is ridiculously expert. I've made so many segments like this where Sand King does this. Stack clearing, then he goes into a teleport, into a gank lane, which he does very expertly here at 7 minutes. Usually goes to the off lane, but this time doing the safe lane. They kill the Shadow Demon. They take the tower with the Sandstorm. Very broken stuff. You know what he does next? He always takes the second tower. Here it is, 10 minutes in. So they get the lanes they wanted to. They get the ahead to Sand King that they wanted to. They get the Blink Dagger at 11 minutes, and then they take their first team fight and they don't get crushed in it. And from there on, the game is basically just in their hands. They have a gold advantage, they have map control, they have the heroes they want, they have multiple carries in this case, which made it even better against Sven. They basically just took the game in their hands with that Ursa pick.
Thank you very much, Purge. That was a very strong Ursa pick. Very good game from Falcons, and definitely something we're thinking about for Extreme Gaming going into game number 5. But we should talk a little bit about game number 5, because after that game, we will have a new champion for the International. And I want to focus a little bit on the people that we have on stage. you can make a great case of why anyone deserves to win the international if there ever is such a thing. But I want to just quickly touch upon one certain individual. And we might do some other ones too, but I think for one certain individual, it's not the first time he goes to Game 5 of a Grand Finals. It doesn't happen very often, guys. It does not.
It can't happen again.
If he wins, it's like you've broke the curse, you've done it. If he loses...
That is lifelong trauma.
Yeah. But it's not only that, like he's going to Game 5 again, it's 2-2, but it's like Magnus is also like the bane of their existence. Whether you pick it yourself or they have it, like you have to like get the hero like out of the game as a whole in like bans, because it's really in your head right now.
They just need to relax, okay? They need to regroup. I like what Cap and SVG said about how draft dependent the series has felt.
Yes.
This almost feels like coach versus coach instead of player versus player. So what we really need right now is for both of these coaches to focus on what they do best. For Extreme Gaming, what they need to think about is that mid lane. Sure, there was an offlane Ursa, but what happened ultimately? Malrine got to play Dota the way that he always does, and he set the pace for his team. When they were shutting that down, they were doing great.
Yeah, Malrine feels like the life of the team. As much as like Effie's mentioning, the hype of everyone else, I fully echo that. Malrine has to be shut down if XG want to try and take the Game 5.
And then we also should make a case for the other side, because yes, it would be fantastic and a whole full circle situation for Ame to be crowned king with the squad, of course, in Extreme Gaming. But on the other side, I do want to highlight that there is another person that could be an uncrowned king as well, in the name of Crit, who has attended his 9th international, the longest consecutive amount of TIs of any player that is here at TI, Kezu. And you can make a strong case for him as well to take this.
You can make a case for like so many of the players on stage, but especially him. He keeps getting his hoodwink over and over. And I will say his Game 1, it didn't look particularly great, but he's been stepping it up every game of the way. And he's got the experience. Like when you look at the other players like Amar and Marine, I'm sure that they give so much, not just in like your own gameplay, but how do you help them? How do you keep them cool? How do you go into the next game? So yeah, I mean, you can't really say that someone doesn't deserve it, but you have so many, like all of them, they're just playing their hearts out, and just gonna have to wait and see.
Cannot. May the best team win. May the best uncrowned king win.
Yeah, I mean, for both, it is quite an achievement to get to this point, and then I'm gonna have my heart broken and be happy at the same time at the end of that 5th game. That is for absolute sure. And I do want to talk a little bit more about the coaches in the draft and how important it is, as our commentary team mentioned as well, because there is one thing that I have noticed in these last 3 drafts, and I'm not as Dota nerdy as some other people, so I look at other things. I look at how much bonus time people have left. I find that interesting because I can't compute the draft in my head as fast as obviously the pros on stage can. And some people do it a lot faster than others. The bonus time left for the teams at the end of the game generally is about 10 seconds, and sometimes 0. I mean, it's high pressure stakes, totally normal. On the side of Extreme Gaming, they seem to have come in with a plan every time, leading into 1.5 minute, 2 minute bonus time being left over.
But if you look at the drafts, it doesn't really show it here. Actually, it does, all right? The Extreme have always been first pick. Falcons have always been second pick.
Every game.
Yeah, like when have you really remembered a grand finals where pick and side, or sorry, pick specifically, sorry, has always been the same way? Normally, you kind of bounce back and forth. It's like, oh, okay, they got second pick, they win. Let's take it away from them next time. Let's try and show them our strategies. The fact that we have 4 games in a row with the same pick side, or sorry, pick order, is incredibly rare, at least.
Yeah, and I think also it's like the way it works is that first pick, you set up your stuff, like you make it happen, and the second pick team needs to respond to you. And I think it also goes to show that Falcons were kind of pressured when it comes to the draft too, because they're running out of the clock. They had to go for a last pick Ursa, which is, again, it's incredible. And I think also like Amar deserves a lot of praise. Like the first time you're on the final stage, you're playing the grand finals, you bust this stuff out. This is not normal.
It is not. For the last time, give it up, people. These 10 players and their coaches. This is an absolute marathon in this best of 5. And they are heading into the 5th game of a grand finals of the international. I cannot imagine the pressure and the emotions they must be feeling right now. And the trick to be able to let it all fade away and focus only on that game of Dota, that is a trick that you don't get to practice very often, Tigo.
No, not at all, right? To be in this position, it is so rare, right? And of course, that is now going to be testament to the maturity of the players, the experience that they've gained throughout this tournament, the emotions that they've had to harness through game 1, 2, 3, and 4. Everything now comes down to this 5th and final game.
My eyes are on Ame right now. How are you feeling? You've been here before. This is not your first game 5 of a grand finals. Are you going into this one with confidence, or are you shaken a little bit?
3 times a charm, I think.
And it's also
true.
Like, he's not the only multiple times guy. You have Jinkyu and
Yes.
Xnova. They've also went 2 and 3 in the losses before.
I hope none of them are thinking about it, though, all right? That is...
How can you not?
Impossible not to.
No, I mean, Zhao Wei's had a chat with them. He's really dialed them in.
Yeah, he ground them to watch their face.
Yeah,
Like, you have to go in like hardcore to like drain that out. I think it's near impossible.
You've got Crit, on the other hand. He looks locked in. Like, he's ready. They're happy with what happened.
I mean, absolutely. If I play some 4 Hoodwing and my bear is just smashing people left and right, and he alt-chats 4v5, I kind of like that even. You know, the alt-chat is considered BM, but I think put yourself in the zone that makes you feel at home. Try to lock out that you're sitting in front of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands watching at home.
They were listening to that guy doing the interview in the crowd, right? He said he asked Amar to do some all chat to win the game, and then he did it. So whoever that guy is, yeah, shout out. You helped to win the 4th game.
It worked out. All the positive words coming from the crowd during that time, they paid off. They made it happen. Falcons made it happen, and we are having both teams on match point and only one to come out victorious. And the pressure is mostly on these 2 players. For one, it's the drafting, as we have pointed out how important it is. But we also have pointed out quite a few times actually already before coming to the grand finals, XXS for Extreme Gaming has been a cornerstone. He has been the one leading the charge to victory, and he is getting targeted in the ban so heavily.
He's been the heart of this team throughout this tournament. Like him on his Blink Initiator type heroes, especially his Shakers, his Centaurs, and what have you, his Mars. Falcons identified that they don't want that smoke. They're going to take away their playmaker. And he's kind of running out of heroes that can make the same kind of play. That is why they went for that Magnus in that last game. They wanted that hero with a low cooldown on that skewer to be able to start the fights for them. But like if your hero pool is getting banned and at the very end your Slardar is getting taken out, it doesn't leave much for you.
It's why Falcons are enjoying being second pick, right? Because they're entering the phase of the Mars ban, Centaur ban, and Shaker ban. When you look at the heroes he's played, how it's not easy to craft the Slardar lineup or a Batrider lineup, but the first heroes that I mentioned, you could first pick them in any draft, and you can eventually build something to fix some of their weaknesses. But the Slardars, the Batriders, it is a little bit, more niche.
To me too, also it's 2 games in a row where they had the Skeeter Gyrocopter, and there must be something for XG also that they need to think about. Like this hero will come out over and over for Skeeter. We saw it even in a matchup where I would say it's a very hard game, but they don't care. But the thing is, with the bans that you're mentioning, it makes the hero a lot stronger.
We also did learn something where they banned the Slardar in the phase after picking Gyrocopter, and XG had the ability to pick Sven or Slardar there. So Falcons kind of told XG, like, we're scared of this hero. So if the same draft is to happen again, that could be the change that occurs, where they pick the offlaner slightly earlier to protect it from later bans.
And for Falcons, so long as they get their hands on a Mallory hero in a game where he's uncountered by XG supports, because that's what it feels like the draft was about a few games ago, they're chilling. They're the ones who are daring XG to make a move, come into our triangle, shut down the farm, play into our 7 to 10 minute tower pressure. We're applying to your safe lane.
I mean, the momentum is definitely on the Falcon side. Like you go down, you learn a few things, and then you win this last game in that fashion where you gave XG a lot of the things that they wanted to. The Ame Sven, you let him open with the SD again. You had the XM Leshrac, the Blink Initiator on the offlane. You had the X Nova like on his staple heroes too, and you went straight through it.
All games though, it's been one after the other, as an Extreme 1 game 1, Falcons 2, vice and continuously like that. So it seems like the teams are adapting just slightly. At this point, we would expect Falcons to also adapt, obviously, but they need to be one step ahead. They need to know, they need to get into the minds of Extreme to think about how they would adapt after that previous game.
Adapt. And that's the thing where for XG, they can't get in their own heads, right? Because we've seen before, the offlane Husker to beat out the anti-mage against Oh, sorry, BB, I think it was. And then you have, the Ursa here as well. Like, sometimes in certain pick positions in the draft, you can now go, wait a second, they've not done it yet, but new people start suggesting new heroes and maybe gets a bit more, emotional because Amar is ready to do things that he's doing in his pubs, but not in pro play. That can really impact a draft.
I mean, it's also like these are the type of moments as a player, like you live for a game 5 on the grand finals. Like if you can just try to enjoy and embrace, and I think it's also one of the reasons why OG did so well. Like back then, like you have to, even as stupid as it sounds, you have to enjoy the game. Try not to overthink, like have fun, go with the heroes you can play, go with your comfort and make it happen. Because a game 5 grand final at TI, it does not get more special than this.
I mean, they're an hour away from lifting the Aegis, right? Opening the booth, confetti falling down. It is, one draft. It's so close for both of these teams.
It is so close. One more game. We are going to that game 5. Let's get ready.
Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming Grand Finals Game 5.
And we were wondering how things were going to get shaken up for this 5th game, and there is a very clear difference going into this 5th game. And we have Extreme, Radiant, Falcons, Dire, but the biggest difference is that Falcons, for the first time in this series, first pick.
It's a big change, and it's a change that I kind of like. I would have already liked it last game, but I believe it was XG who had to face, and they were like, haha, joke's on you, we're not going to let you switch it up. But this time, Falcons, they win the last game, and now they force a switch up to not make it easy for XG, so I like the start.
With only 3 bans now, we've seen those 3 bans be used with the 3 offlaners plus a Naga Siren. So which offlaner are they going to offer up to XG potentially to take in the first phase, which we haven't seen at all in the first 4 games?
My heart says Earthshaker. Like, if you're going to pick between the Earthshaker and the Mars to give to Extreme Gaming, you might as well give the Shaker and try to beat it on lane, because Mars does not need that much. With that Eul's and that Blink, you're playmaking.
What stops Falcons doing? Why not they first pick the Mars for ATF?
Yeah, there's a lot of options. So you've got the Chen, you've got the Enchao, the Sand King as well. Mars, probably one of the next heroes.
The other one that they have banned out almost every single time is the Monkey King.
Yeah, and this is the thing, like you are first pick, you are forcing XG to at least give you something.
Pick your poison, or you leave both in, and you get the chance to pick up one of the 2 yourself. If that is a good trade, I'm not sure. We'll see where Extreme Gaming goes with this one, as they are thinking about this. It will still be the Monkey King ban. So we're leaving that Mars in the pool for now.
So Mars is in the pool, Shaco can be in the pool.
I mean, I would not be surprised if Falcons it's Amar's best hero. It's been one of the heroes of the tournament. You can slam in the Mars, but of course, this is game 5. There's a lot of mind games going on too. Like, the most obvious might not, be right there, because you have so much going on right now.
They might already one step ahead where it's like, you know what, we don't care, because if we pick X hero, they get Mars and they build a plan. Like, maybe they want to bait it. So many layers. It really just depends on what, Aoi wants to do in this. ATF actually, sorry, he's clicking the buttons. Yep. They're taking some time, though. They are deciding.
This is the most time used in this entire finals in the pre-bans before the game starts.
Absolutely.
It is the most critical entry to the draft, though. The wrong ban here, the wrong pick, it can set a domino effect to a very difficult game.
I'm of the opinion that if they want to first pick something else, like the Pango or the Beastmaster, Mars cannot be the hero that's given away. Like, it's got to be the Shaker you give away. If they ban the Shaker, then, as you guys mentioned, you have to take the Mars for yourself.
This is tense moments in the booth. Tense moments on the desk here, too.
I have nothing to say. I'm waiting. I am hotly anticipating this. And they ban the Mars. Okay, there we go.
Mars ban.
And they take the Naga.
Is the Naga. We actually completely forgot about that, because it's been first phase banned every single game, and not just in the grand finals, but almost the entire tournament long. This is a very strong hero.
Greatly apologizing for forgetting about this hero, but in the hands of Snaking, in the hands of any player right now at the International, the map pressure that you have, the ability to reset any fight with the song, there is a reason this is one of the most contested heroes at TI, and there's probably not a good reason why we forgot about it, but it doesn't matter. They have access to the hero in Game 5.
I'm only seeing 2 heroes on the screen, and I'm like feeling anxious, excited. I don't know. Like, these are iconic TI heroes. You have the song to bail them out. You got the Echo Slam. You have XXS getting his hands on one of his best heroes. You have Snake King, who he's won TI on this hero before, just a couple years ago. Like, he is no stranger to Naga support.
I don't even care about analysis anymore. I just want more team fight. I just want to find these 20-minute, 30-minute, 50-minute moments where both teams can throw absolutely everything and show their individual skill to try and win this game.
So far, all 4 games of this grand finals have leaned heavily one way or the other. Hopefully, Game 5, we can wish for a very close, even team fighty back and forth.
I mean, it'd be the only way to end such a fabulous TI, right?
Would be,
a Game 5,
so fitting.
Tier 5 neutral item, refreshers and everything.
Well, the strongest supports of the tournament, I'd say, are out to the position forwards anyway, with the Snapfire and the Hoodwink removed.
Still not really respecting the Elder Titan as of yet. XG will happily pick it up once more. So with the Bane ban, double supports ban as well, getting the Spirit inside the song to get the sleep.
And they could also, their Shadow Demon is open for them as well. If they want to play around Ame, that's one of the best heroes you can have to enable him.
Yeah, I'm not fully sure where they want to take this here.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Okay, hold.
Come on.
Roll it. Roll it.
Don't skip.
Well, they already have a Hoodwink, by the way.
Doesn't matter. Lion! Come on!
He's lagging.
He doesn't have internet! No!
Don't leave us hanging like that!
We will never know!
The biggest cliffhanger I've ever seen.
That's more important than Ame winning TI at this point. Get this man some internet. Hotspot him.
It's all good. We're focusing our attention on the pick coming out from Extreme Gaming. They have banned out the Amar Bristle. And it's up to them to see if they still see a good hero in the pool. Shadow Demon once again. Xingqiu played it phenomenally earlier today.
And it's just a comfortable hero, right? You always know that you're going to have the stacks up, but you have that save hero to play behind your hyper carry. If you're in a Game 5, you want Ame to put this game on his back. You want to make sure that your heroes can enable him. The other day when he was playing anti-mage, you know what heroes were on his team? 1 save support plus a shaker, and they played out of their mind to keep him alive to eventually win the game.
Clutch potential is still rising. Every single pick, it has that ability to make a moment in these games.
I mean, something I still like here, like Naga against SD. SD is going to want to stack the triangle. Snake King and Falcons overall, they love being able to like have the map that you can block the engines, you can block the triangle with your illusions. Pangu here, honestly, quite the incredible hero. You're happy laning, you're good against the SD, it gives you a team fight. Very nice.
We saw it in Game 3, right? Falcons picked the Pangolier to try and respond to the Shadow Demon. They also then banned out the Pangolier in Game 4 because XG didn't want the Pangolier against their Shadow Demon, and here it's available, so it makes sense. The chaotic nature of the fight, you have that insurance of the Naga behind you if things are to go wrong for you, but you just want to get into the middle, provide that information. You have information from the Naga illusion, you have information from the Pangolier Rolling Thunder. Falcons will be able to initiate.
The question is now, do you worry enough about the Pango where you want to counterpick him here with a Wyvern or something like that, or do you just go for something standard and go for something standard they do on Falcons with the Disruptor?
This is filthy, absolutely filthy, right? This game progresses, you know XG want to play it late. Now you're playing into the song setup, Blink Dagger, potentially for snaking, jumping into the middle of the fight. You find 2, 3, 4 heroes, Ag Static Storm on top, no one's pressing a single button.
I have a quick question. Normally, Naga Siren and Disruptor are played on snaking as position 5. What's the difference here? What do we think is going to happen? And should we keep on our radars that Skeeter actually does play Naga Siren?
Yes, but I would expect that, I mean, the thing with Disruptor and Naga, both, I mean, ideally Naga's 5, Disruptor's 4. I don't know if you guys agree at this point.
Most likely, yes.
But the fact is, at this point in the stage of the tournament, depending on the lane setup, depending on the vibes, you know, everything can change, but I expect Naga Disruptor to be the supports.
When I see Disruptor and he's being run as fort, it screams to me that you're going to bring heroes early to that enemy safe lane, kill him, and then try to glimpse him back, try to exploit what this hero can do from the 4 lane. Something that can come through the gate would be incredible. If the carry can join in as well, just give Skeeter a stun hero.
But it would be poetic, right? If for some reason Skeeter wants to take it to carry, and you know, a hero that kind of made him, you know, introduced him to the pro scene back in the day. Put that aside, most likely supports.
I mean, you have XG who are looking at X-Nova's hero here, most likely.
Yep. The Bane has been first phase banned, so that's out. Can't repeat that support combo.
They can go back for their ET, or they can go the counter pick route of Grim or Wyvern.
Why not bring back the Mirana? Have the invisibility, ensure that you're not found by the Naga Siren at the start of the fight. So you have a bit more positioning and map play. You have SD Mirana to roam the map. It's a bit more aggressive. Utilize the Lotuses to find out these clutch moments. If you are stuck inside Static Storm, they can pretty much go anywhere, but...
Pugna.
Go for Pugna, okay.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Falcons like end up jamming, you know, one of their good old speeder heroes here. You can go for a gyro again. I think you've played it before with your tempo. It's nice against the enemy heroes that you do end up seeing. I honestly just see nothing wrong.
But Pugna does add to the survivability that we keep mentioning, right? For the supports of XG, how they thrive, right? Now you have the Pugna and the SD together. You offer up a core, even if they're out of position or getting jumped, there's so much turnaround potential. So much survivability to just get through Falcon's jump.
I just love the concept of double save supports for Ame on this game 5. Like, just give him his perfect pick here. But also Pugna versus Pango. Beautiful dynamic. Pugna can protect himself from Pango rolling on the backline. If he decryptifies himself or the target that's getting rolled on, they take no damage.
Both of these lineups are so like beautiful in like on their own accord and what they can do, how they play around each other. Who are you making space for? Who's gonna like help you and abuse the fact that you can go in for me, I can go in for you. It's Skeeter Medusa too. It's not something that you see every day from him because usually he takes a little of the less hard carry approach, but he has also played this many times.
It's a Medusa that can tank an Echo Slam, walk into the Shadow Fiend, doesn't really care, right? You can now it enables the disrupted Pango and Naga to choose when they want to fight. Of course, Medusa will need, you know, a couple items to be able to do that. But once you enter the mid to late game that we are expecting from both of these teams, Medusa will happily do it all.
Hear me out. This looks a little bit scary for Falcons just conceptually based on how they've been playing, right? They don't have that strong follow-up damage from position 4 that they always have to play with their mid laner. They're gonna play a slower game because they have Medusa and Naga Siren, and their Pango isn't gonna have the easiest time winning that mid game for them because of the double save supports. So you're in this position where you wanna take it late game versus Extreme Gaming, who are one of the late game teams. Is this the correct choice in terms of strategy?
I'm not sure.
Answer that in an hour's time, please.
Like, I see a similar problem. You have Medusa, Disruptor, Naga Siren, very traditionally low damage heroes, or Medusa who doesn't join. And Effie, you mentioned you have Pugna against Pango. You can decrypt, you can live through this. And not just that, but you have set up Ame for an absolute last pick in this game for XG as well.
Both teams, their ability to progress the map is locked behind their cores joining. Like, Pugna wants to do it, but if he steps up, a Pango can roll in, a Disruptor can rotate and kill you off. So I think both teams have subscribed to, we're going to farm our way into the game, probably maybe a low kill score, but then when it ramps up around 20 minutes or so, that's when the fighting will begin. It doesn't feel as snowbally as some of the other drafts that we've seen.
It's not at all.
No.
You know, earlier this year that we had a lot of Medusa on the off lane.
I would like to see it just in the carry role.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's see what Falcons will go for in their last pick. They still have to keep in mind that Ame has not gotten his hero yet.
Yeah, it's kind of on Amar here, and you're thinking a lot of steps ahead. You're gonna be discussing, okay, what is Ame very likely to pick? What can I take here? Potentially on Amar, all Marine that can dissuade this pick that we don't want him to have, or if they do go for it, then at least they can't feel as good about it.
I think for Ame, just anything that goes in, just get in the fight. You have double save supports. You have the Shadow Fiend who's going to provide a lot of range damage, and that's why they take out his Ursa and Anti-Mage, 2 of his go-in heroes. What does that leave for him? A Faceless Void, or does he want to switch to a completely different archetype and try to play a ranged carry versus Medusa? Personally, I would prefer if he just went in this game.
It also depends on the lane setup, right? If they see a weak off lane based on Pango going to mid and there's something exploitable, then that could potentially change. And they go for the Magnus themselves. XG could not win. Well, take the Aegis with the Magnus, and then Falcons take the Magnus themselves in game 5.
Nice. Nice on the Magnus too. I will say this can be poetic either way. Let's just leave it at that.
They are trying to cause mental damage right now on Falcons. They want to force a game 5 Magnus game.
A staple. Now, yesterday you guys said that Outworld staff, you know, doesn't matter if a team gets Outworld staff as the neutrals because it's good anyway. Can be good anyway.
This is a crazy game. This is honestly just an absolute crazy. Like, Ame has had years to think about what he wants to slap Magnus with. He comes up with a Jug. It has a good matchup into the Medusa. You can buy Manta, you can go Diffusal, you can play fast, you have your spin against the Disruptor, against the Naga Siren as well. I think that Dota is going to do all the talking in this game.
Exactly. I mean, he's found a carry that at least in the kind of skirmishing of the early to mid game, he's not going to get caught off by glimpse. He can, you know, spin away from that. In the later portions of the game, depending on how it goes, he has swift flash and ways to kind of get around the fight. But a Juggernaut last pick. Falcons going for this epic team fight. Like, if this is a 50, 60-minute game, try fighting into Song, Static Storm, RPs, getting dragged into it as well.
So far, though, every time it has gone later, it meant that the early game was stable. I do need to know how are these lanes going to play out. Are we going to have a stable early game?
It feels stable from both teams, right? Farm on both sides, and it really comes down to individual choices in the game, individual items and how they approach it.
My only concern right now is that Falcons have made a complete stylistic pivot from everything else we've seen them play. This is not the style of Dota that they haven't been playing throughout this entire TI, and they just want to out-execute in that late game. Whereas for XG, this looks like their drafts. This looks like their bread and butter, and Ame called for this last pick Juggernaut. It looks like a great Juggernaut game.
To me, this game is all about XXS on the Earthshaker, Amar on the Magnus, and Lotus Orbs, and the rest, it will happen on its own.
Critically for Falcons though, Marine at least has a hero to play into the game. That's what we've been wanting to see him to play. When he's not on that, they struggle. But he can activate the rest of his team. Even though the style feels different, Marine, he's sticking true to his guns. When they win, he's on an aggressive hero. And Pangolier, he can do it all.
May the best team win.
May the best team.
Yeah, Kesu, it sounds like both teams kind of got what they wanted from this draft of Game 5.
I absolutely think so. Like, this is what you wanted to boil down to in Game 5. You have a good draft, you have your comfort, you let the gameplay speak.
Oh, we're going to let the gameplay speak for sure. But first, we're going to let both of the coaches speak.
Absolutely, my friends. Community, we've been waiting a long time for a grand finals that went all the way. We're going to Game 5, baby. And I'll give you one little hint here. There is nothing left to ask. We have two of the best teams in the world. They're about to go head-to-head for everything, and we'll find out who is the best team here today. So there's one question that matters, my friends. Who will be the man, and who will be the maggot? Shake those hands, boys! Let's get into a Game 5!
Oh, I am fired up after that intro. I have to say, this stadium, Barclays Arena, you guys have been amazing. From the front stage all the way up to the top, from every corner of this goddamn building, there are Dota fans filling up this space and making some noise. And I just want one thing from all of you, all right? I want us to have some fun. And let's make some fucking noise! Game 5, Falcons versus Extreme. Let's get it on!
A series goes the distance. Think about how many hours, how many thousands of scrims, tens of thousands of pubs, hundreds of thousands of moments thinking about what you would do if you were here in a Game 5 TI Grand Final, and you know these two teams have thought about it a lot. You do not want to leave this stage with regrets. Not now, not when you have come this close to tasting immortality.
There is so much history behind TI, so much history behind these players. So many of them have been working for this exact moment. For years, they've been dreaming about this moment. And now it's all about to happen. And nothing will be clean. It is going to be a dirty game without a doubt.
Pure magic as the only term for it. Man, if you are a coach of one of these squads, I would not want to be backstage watching this unfold with no ability to control it.
Heart palpitations,
the draft is set. The players are just going to play out your picks. And I mean, my God, a last pick Juggernaut for Ame. You have to remember, this Ame Juggernaut was the only thing that took a game off of Team Spirit in their perfect EWC run.
That's
the
true.
only thing Yatoro could not defeat. Ame will go back to it here. and face his demons in a Grand Finals Magnus. This is what he chose. This is what he has to live with and what he has to make work here.
I won't lie, I felt a pit in my stomach when I saw the Magnus come up for Falcons. I saw Ame facing a Magnus in a TI Grand Finals Game 5.
Not again, not again.
Okay, let's talk about it. Let's break it down draft-wise, because the games have been incredibly one-sided. We've been here before. We've all been here. Well, maybe some of you haven't, but a long time ago, we had TI3, right? Goes to a Game 5, but those were some one-sided games to lead up to it. Drafting, there was a lot of back and forth all the way back then. There is now today in this series. Who do you think, in your opinion, who do you think walked away with the draft win?
This is honestly impossible to call. I cannot call it one way or the other. I give a very slight edge to Falcons because they got Naga Siren, and this hero has been a teamfight terror. But XG got some decent answers to it. They got the Shaker in response. It's a great matchup. You have long-range disable. You have teamfight. They got the XM Shadow Fiend that was a monstrosity in that Game 3. They have their saving supports. They didn't want anything else. This is everything they want in a lineup. All the scaling that they will need. So much team fight. Just a matter of execution. Can you make these picks pay off? XXS looking for some pressure on Skeeter. Would love a first blood in this lane.
Yeah, gets another enchant totem. And with Xinkyu getting so many hits off, it's amping up the damage. Don't forget about that innate, the menace that he's able to apply. Skeeter loses a lot of mana for that and may lead to something in the future. But for now, no kills just yet. But the CS score is looking mighty fine for Extreme right now.
And honestly, that has been part of the story of this series. It feels like who pulls ahead in the early game is who pulls ahead more in the mid game and who closes it out.
Do you think that this is supposed to happen? When it comes to the look, I mean, we've got the Shadow Fiend versus the Pango. I feel like that is just a write-up. Pango's gonna, or excuse me, the Shadow Fiend's gonna walk away with a victory on that.
Auto lane win there. I think this juggle free farm no matter what. You can't stop him with a Disruptor 4. This looks like a lane victory for XG. They put themselves in a solid early game position. And this is also not the fastest lineup we've seen out of Falcons, right? They went for Medusa, they went for Magnus. This is not a classic Skeeter hero for a reason. It doesn't make early rotations. It doesn't join the fight super early. It does give you more scale. Will that scale come back to haunt you, though, if it gets reflected off of some Shadow Demon illusions? You can turn this Dusa back against the team itself. There's a lot of small interactions like that in this game. And, of course, you have Naga Disruptor. I mean, this is a combo. I don't know how many times I've heard AUI talk about his love for this combination. I played on a team where he played carry Naga to set this all up. He loves this little combo. I've been waiting to see it in this event with how popular the heroes have been. It will finally get busted out in this Game 5. Absolutely deadly in the late game. The sleep into the lockdown Static Storm. You have a disruption to soft bail you out of that situation, but there's a lot of team fight to back that combo up. There's a lot of burst damage.
In that case, do you favor Falcons going into that late game? If we get into that scenario where the teams have not been able to roll over each other with an early game advantage and we push it late?
I mean, honestly, I hate to say this, but it might come down to Omni Slashes. It's a gamble of a spell. I mean, you go in there, there's Lotus Orbs, there's Outworld Stabs. So much can go wrong, and yet so much can go right here. If you land the perfect ultimate, it can break that late game fight open.
Disruption setup, Fisher block off, a bit of damage. Snake King, though. Naga Siren, a very tanky support. And once again, Crit's going to make the early TP rotation for the punish on Extreme Gaming. That should lock it down. XXS has nowhere to run to, and First Blood is claimed by Crit.
He makes the same rotation top he did in that other game. Turn that lane around for Skeeter, secure this safe lane farm. Do not let XXS get aggressive or have a free farm time up on this off lane for XG. He has been their biggest playmaker. He is their playmaker in this draft. If you shut the Shaker down, the game becomes a lot slower for Extreme Gaming, and then you're relying on the lane win from this Shadow Fiend to power you through, which, by the way, he is winning the lane CS, but this Pango has been farming jungle incredibly efficiently. Maureen is getting through this matchup.
XXS, he knew there was going to be some sort of glimpse shenanigans here, and now with the Fisher, he's trying to save his support, pull back in. Once again, this Gorgon's Grass is turning out beautiful when he's got so much set up for it, both the pull-in of the ensnare and the glimpse.
You have to find a punish somewhere on the map. This is just a straight tri-lane now from Falcons, and guaranteed kills with the net plus the glimpse.
You can't really punish the solo offlaner here. It's a double Bracer Magnus, and you've got Pugna,
Juggernaut. You're just not going to get a kill with that duo.
It's the downside. No disable on this Pugna to set up the spin kill. Means X-Nova's going to have to look
Early
elsewhere.
Rolling Thunder goes after XM. Malrine gets stuck on the cliffs. Still able to find a second hit, but now it's underneath tower. And XM, he's trying to get off the Requiem. Unable to do so. Maybe he can threaten it now. Oh, man, it's get a big heal off the Magic Wand stack. Malrine's the one to die instead. The race is to finish him off. And now the punishment comes in twofold. The Shin-Q managed to get a disruption on top of that for a second kill. XM taunting Malrine. He was already walking away with the lane win, but now he's got a massive lead. 57 CS, a kill to be a part of. 3,200.
The fifth. It might get the kill.
Ooh, it was close, but not quite good enough. A raindrop is what separates Snake King from life and death.
What a kill attempt from Malrine. He played that lane so well, salvaging it in the jungle, dodging the rough parts, went for the all-in play, but XM, he had Fairy Fire, he had wand charges, he's able to boost back up, turn that play around, and the support's there at the right time. That's a huge turnaround play for XG. When you pick XM, these lane dominators, you cannot let him fall. His Sniper and Shadow Fiend have been go-tos for Extreme for a while, for a reason. They build a lead, they take the map over, they take that tier 1 mid incredibly fast. If you gank that hero once or twice and he falls, a lot of the momentum goes out the window. So keeping him alive is pivotal here for Extreme Gaming. Also building up a lot of stacks for the Shaker. This is something Falcons are eyeing. They would love to get in there and either contest the experience or steal it away with this Pangolier.
But we talked about all tournament long how it feels impossible to do so. You get too close, you're getting echo slammed, you're too far away, you don't get all that experience and certainly none of the gold. Snake King, the best he can do for now is block extra stacks.
They do have a window. No echo yet on XXS.
Misskewer. X-Nova, though, still taking so much damage. Thanks to the healing ward, he will stay alive. And Amar battling out with Ame, but I don't think he's expecting an extra hero here. Shin-Q can't get there in time for a disruption.
This will be Malrine gets away with some highway robbery on these stacks. Again, no ult on XXS because his lane was so rough. He got tri-lane. Can't go here and threaten that echo. 8-minute power rune, spawns top. Invis will go to the Pangolier here. No luck for XM on that one.
An Invis rune pickup from Malrine. We'll see what he does with that. I mean, it's actually a decent rune pickup if you're going to be invading Extreme Gaming side of the map constantly, as they're trying to push XM along. Still has a decent net worth lead. He's already kind of rolling.
XG, they missed the D-ward with this sentry in the river, so Malrine knows what's going on here. They're just baiting this SF out. I mean, they do not want to let XM fall in this early game. You can see the prioritization from the supports. At the same time, they're not kicking people out of this lane and they're not hitting that tower, which is the progression we saw with the SF when they played it earlier.
Right.
That game spiraled really fast. This is getting stalled out a bit. This is buying time for the two side laners of Falcons to scale up here.
And Amar, he's feeling like on his Magnus game that the game is going to be slow enough that he can go for that Helmet Dominator. He's not going to be rushing the Blink Dagger, which, considering the lack of pressure so far from the Shadow Fiend, I'm inclined to agree with him.
This is the normal progression you want right here. This is going to help you scale
Early Omni Slash, and Amar, he levels up the RP, but he will not be able to outlast the Omni Slash.
What a find from Ame. The timing on that is tight with the next wave coming in. You really have to get it on point. He had the exact damage. I think that was literally the last slash of that ultimate.
I mean, Ame asked for the Juggernaut. You better be perfect with these Omni Slashes because this hero is so hard to work otherwise. Omni Slash is just such a fickle spell in that regard.
But he is a Juggernaut master, right? This is his hero. He asked for it in this moment. You have to deliver. Meanwhile, stacks have been being built up for Falcons, and at the same time, the Naga Siren is denying the stacks over on the Extreme Triangle. Snake King has been a menace with the blockage.
Yeah, 9-4. Extreme doing a lot more of the stacking, but considering the fact that Malrine hijacked probably 3 or 4 of those.
They did not get them all.
Yeah, feels about even.
Still is XM picking up the farm right here. You did not get that early kill on the Shadow Fiend, so he's going to continue to power up. You just have to trade it out with some Empower efficiency of your own. Diffusal done for Malrine. Haste Rune in his bottle. Could be a nice little point to look for something if you're Falcons. He's really strong around the map right now. Not a lot of ability to control this Pango either in the fight. That's the one downside for this lineup against the Pangolier compared to some of the ones we saw earlier with that Bane being banned out first. You don't have a BKB Piercing disabled to control Rolling Thunder in this game.
Timing of this is going to be pretty tight because Extreme are also almost online. XXS just needs another 200 gold and he will have a Blink Dagger. So if they make the play right now, which they are, two-man smoke, Crit and Marine.
They want Ame. If he gets spin off, this might not work, but you have RP.
RP straight to the Static Storm. He gets off the spin initially. They're still going to go for the kill. The teleports are coming in. He may need a disruption to bail him out here. He got off that disruption right before the Static Storm finishes him with the silence, but it's not enough. Too much with the Rolling Thunder on top of everything. Falcons, they just bring too many heroes to this. And Extreme, desperate to bail out their carry, just give more to Falcons.
Such a nice timing to hit with this Pangolier. You even get to hold the haste rune. And you always have this RP threat on the Jug. You can't just spin TP out. He didn't have Healing Ward available, didn't have Omni Slash available for 5 seconds. No turnaround potential. They will take this Juggernaut down. An important kill in this laning phase. That Shadow Fiend is still powering up, but if you can disable the rest of the team, it's going to be a lot of weight on XM's shoulders in this game to carry it alone.
Skeeter's been having a peaceful game. Any pressure that he got was matched by Falcons rotating supports up here. And while he's not quite up there with the Shadow Fiend, he's gotten a lot of farm off lane. He's been a part of a couple of kills. And if he wanted to, he could keep this tower alive.
It's tough against the Pugno. 3 points in the blast. X-Nova will eventually get it here.
That's true.
And you inevitably will open up the map if you're XG. In theory, this is good space for the Jug to use later when you can, aggressively split push with the spin TP out threat. But again, you have Stone Gaze, you have RP in this game.
Yeah.
That is not guaranteed, especially when this Blink eventually comes out for Amar. You're going to be worried pushing these lanes super deep as Ame might have to play this game a little safer than you would normally want. Can still scale up really well, but he has to get that Battle Fury online and start putting it to use.
Marine.
Look at another power rune and a great one. Amp damage for this Pangolier.
Yeah, it feels like he's just getting everything he needs right now.
I'd be really surprised if Falcons don't try and start something around this mid lane with this rune.
Sweeping through the jungle, they are going to be spotted by this ward. Shin-Q just sitting behind this tree, seeing if anybody on Falcons oversteps themselves.
Does have Demonic Purge for the power rune, so maybe that dissuades you a little bit, especially if you don't catch the Shadow Demon at the start of the fight. It's kind of the dream catch every time. Take the save out of the equation, take the Demonic Purge out of the equation, no reflection on the Medusa later on.
Yeah, man, you can't afford to let Amar do this to you. He's taking too much. Falcons are still playing the top side of the map as well, but they're going to sandwich him.
They
punish.
Kick him out.
Didn't want to go for the Medusa, but they'll catch Amar on the other side, go through the gate, hit him with the Blink Dagger. And with that Skewer, there's nowhere really to run. They try the Static Storm to give him some time here, but another 5 seconds till Skewer, and he's just completely surrounded.
Kill to Ame. Boosts that Juggernaut up. It's going to finish his Battle Fury right on time. Nice little kill to snag. I almost wonder if he could have TP'd out under that Static Storm. It would have been tempting. Still have a free farm Medusa in this game. This Medusa Juggernaut matchup it's a really tough one to measure. In theory, it's good for Jug because he has a little bit of sustain. He can build the mana burn items if he really wants to, Disperser later on. He has a great tool against you in the Omni Slash to kind of bypass the Stone Gaze, but it can also just go horribly wrong if Dusa hits her timings, gets a fast butterfly, is taking Roshan's against you, and is just barreling down lanes.
Yeah, she's such a damage soak that a lot of times these Omni Slashes are going to feel ineffective if Medusa's in the middle of them.
Looking at Amar again, but without the Shaker, you don't have the damage and control to bring this guy down. 2,000 HP with those bracers long shreds.
Yeah, he dies once, he just runs it back down the lane. Says, go ahead, give it a try if you want.
And he's just running at him.
And X-Nova's trying to run away, but Crit, he'll catch up with a glimpse here. X-Nova doing what he can, but of course, too many disables, not going to be able to teleport away. A 5th kill for Falcons, but on the other side, a much bigger one. Skeeter, hit by the disruption. He got off the Stone Gates. They're going to turn themselves away. The Croakers stall him up a little bit, but he's already out. Extreme really didn't commit too much for that. They could have tried to go for the Requiem, but
it's hard to get that angle. Unless that SF is already on top of when you disrupt. It's difficult to walk in there and get that Requiem, believe you have the DPS to bring him down. He had full wand double Lotus.
Yeah, that is pretty tough to get through.
A tanky hero at this point in the
so
game.
So why not make the same play as last time? A little bit of feint up to the top lane and then back through the gate. Sandwich Falcons again on this play. If you want to keep playing aggressive down here, we'll keep picking off the heroes. This time they only get the support. Malrine
made an illusion, but
he does not have a TP scroll, but he does have Rolling Thunder.
They're going to see he does not have TP.
Can they get in front of him anyway? Nah, he's too fast.
And they TP'd XXS down here as well, maybe feeling like he was backed into a corner, but the catch will not be there in time, and this is going to give up a lot of map control. Mid wave pushing in, top wave pushing in. Medusa illusions, adding fuel to the fire here with some Dark Troll Summoner creeps.
Tower denied by Malrine. A game of such close margins.
Look at this smoke. Without the initiator, though, this could be awkward.
Oh, it's going to be very awkward. Spotted by a Helmadom creep. They'll get the 100 gold for it, maybe take some neutrals, but it's not the smoke that they wanted, especially with all this damage on this top tower.
If you're XG, you also don't want this game to turn into some sort of, you know, Naga ratting the lanes fest where you can't catch anything and you have very little information. This hero can make the map miserable to play. There's a rune denied.
Nice deny from Snake King.
But I like that dead even in this game 5. This was not a game that was just auto one off the lanes, and I don't think it's a game that's auto one off the draft.
I do feel like Extreme Gaming are going to reach this point soon where they're going to have to pick up the pace once they get this Blink Dagger on XM. I don't know if he could play the same game last time where he just farms up to a BKB and then to an Aghanim Scepter. I am very, very leery. The potential of the illusion push from the Naga Siren and the Medusa, that sounds... I don't want to get into that world. I don't want to be chasing around these illusions all over the map.
If you believe in the Juggernaut Shadow Fiend scale, Shadow Demon can turn it around against them, right? You can be disrupting these illusions around the map, pushing the lanes back in. It's a great support and farming off the back of that. But I agree with you. Like, this is a game you want to get something done with your timings, particularly these Blink Daggers on the core heroes. Start hunting. Looking aggressive for the team fights, looking for Malrine, looking for the Magnus. If you can find those two, or at least one of them at the start of the fight, it can be very good for you. And you can bring Ame in there, and he should be able to contribute more.
Oh, that's information instant Echo Slam! Baited out X-Nova! The punish, the Fishery doesn't stop the skewer away, and a song to reset things. Falcons are not in a position to keep it going, though. They will simply teleport out.
Smart
it was
song.
a great reaction there from Extreme, but that is the problem with the Naga Siren.
Can always bail you out of a rough situation. You have BKBs later on, you can power through that, but for right now, it'll get Amar home. Super quick jump from XXS. They were absolutely ready for that play. Still, Amar gets out. Like, this tanky build for the mag. Proven problematic, and you throw some disruption spells behind him, some sustain later on. This Naga's gonna build some utility.
Quick Static Storm, X-Nova.
And they're just running a pack. Quick Pugna kill, run the same heroes into the mid lane, grab the Shaker this time.
Pull him back in with the RP and the Rolling Thunder to ensure that if Extreme were to respond, it's a hard fight to take. XXS is tanky, but not that tanky, and XM tries to come in with the Requiem. He's doing this solo. Wait, no, Ame comes in from the side with an Omni Slash.
It's a great one.
Malrine, he gets a lot of damage on him, but it's not enough. One more hit, and Essence Ring. It keeps Malrine alive.
And I'll pause as Ame's kill attempt falls short. One hit. He didn't want to spin for it, as you might sacrifice your ability to get back out.
XM finally went for that Requiem. Unfortunately for him, Crit was ready. He hits him with the glimpse. So after the Requiem, there wasn't any follow-up raises, which Ame certainly needed with Malrine so close to death.
That's the kind of team fight we expected from XG at this point in the game. I mean, you can imagine they win that if all three cores are punching together at some point in that sequence. Unfortunately, you lose your Shaker at the start. Your SF goes in, he gets glimpsed out. You go in with the Omni, he needs a little bit more follow-up damage. This lineup has to play together to achieve those kills, and right now Falcon's just splitting them up.
Yep, Falcon's doing a better job of playing the group up game. And that is largely because they do have this split push in the first place, right? They do have the Helmadon pushing out these side lanes. They do have the Manta Illusions running down lanes. They can play grouped up because the side lanes are already pushed in.
There's a lot of lane shove in this lineup. Naga Siren, Medusa, Pangolier just ghost shoves it with the swashbuckle. You have Empower, you have the Dom. It's going to be a lot of map pressure for this lineup to deal with. And if your Jug is afraid to show on lanes and get it back out because there is BKB piercing spells in this game, then you're really going to struggle. It's going to fall to Shaker to show a lot more, and he's your playmaker you want off the map, and it's really going to fall on Jin Hyu to deal with the lane pressure by returning the illusions into Falcons. But for the glimpse, force the spin. I don't think Amar's in range here to try and turn it around, so no damage, no foul after that pause.
Yeah, but the spin on cooldown as well as the Omni Slash, Malrine feels very confident he can take this mid-tier 1 tower. The first significant blow of the game goes the way of Falcons. They now have a 3,000 net worth lead.
And they are racing towards this Medusa Butterfly. That's the scary part here for Extreme Gaming. This timing for Skeeter is going to be really strong. Their heroes do not deal with it well unless you can just isolate this Naga. And you can't do that until you have BKBs because Song can always bail him out, and then Falcons will reset with Static Storm, Stone Gaze.
The game of initiations is going to be so crazy to watch because Extreme Gaming, they already had the Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker. We saw the effectiveness of that when Amar tries to make his jump. But then you're also going to have a Blink Dagger very soon on Shin-Q, and that's going to be a big pickup.
Oh, look at them eyeing Amar down here. He blinked into XM.
And he sure did. He brought XM with him when he tries to skewer away. One raise, where's the stuns? They've got none. They only have damage, and it's not quick enough.
He blinked into that skewer. He's like, take me with you. I'll try and bring you down. Sick attempt to find the Magnus, but again, the tankiness of this build pays off. Amar's able to play it very aggressively and get out. This is
20 minutes.
Tormentor.
Yeah, Falcons, they see all these heroes from Extreme on the other side of the map. They know this Tormentor. It's all theirs. And so the Shard, that'll go to Snake King. It's a nice really nice upgrade.
He's so rich now. He's only going to get wealthier.
Song of the Siren giving max HP regen per second, so when he gets the save off. But then there's something even more special. Max mana regen as well. That's even more effective with this Medusa.
It's great for all their cores. Beautiful Shard to get this early in the game, too. Means you could just finish up that Solar Crest, go into other utility. They already have a drum on crit. Early utility online for Falcons. Butterfly done for Skeeter. This lineup is hitting a power point.
Once again, XXS baiting out X-Nova, who's going to try and play for the Wisdom Shrine. No overextension, though, from Falcons. Not yet. The Omni Slash is laying down. It's sticking on to Mauri. No, it's sticking on to Skeeter. He gets a lot of damage done. The Stone Gaze goes out. The Rolling Thunder has used so many ultimates. Popped by Falcons. They do not get control of the Wisdom Shrine. That goes to Extreme. Extreme not able to chase and punish. But I think they're happy just to be able to get something out of Falcons without losing anything in return.
Honestly, this Omni Slash has been doing a lot of damage to these Falcons heroes. You get BKBs on these other cores, you commit in with that single punch, you know, Echo Slam, Requiem on top, Omni Slash on top of all that. Some of these heroes are going to explode. Even if the Song is over top, the burst damage is insane. This is what XG are gearing up for right now. They will have to hit their stride in the next 10 minutes here before this Dusa becomes impenetrable. And that is Snake King's job. Slow this game down. Buy time for the Medusa to get to this Scotty where she becomes an absolute beast in this game. And then look towards that Roshan.
With the butterfly advantage, it feels tough. The Scotty, that'll be something different for Ame to have to contend with. He's trying to work on a butterfly of his own. There's that Blink Dagger for Shin-Q. Good pickup. And double BKBs will be coming in soon for both XM and XXS.
I do not envy Jin-Q's position in this game, though. To decide between an offensive disruption and a defensive one, which one do you need more? It's very tempting to go for that offensive disruption on the Dusa and turn those illusions against Falcons. At the same time, you use it offensively and you don't have it to bail out one of your cores that gets RP'd or Static Storm, you're going to really regret it.
That's true. And maybe that's where X-Nova is going to have to step up because he also has a save available. Maybe it's not as effective, this Decrepify, depending on what sort of damage is being thrown around. But, I mean, Falcons, it's a lot of physical damage, to be honest. Anytime you have a Pango, that's just going to be core that's all physical damage. So,
I mean, Pugna's always annoying on that backline. It's just the displacement from the Magnus can be his problem. You pull this hero away from XG's formation. Very hard for Pugna to turn that sort of fight around.
And once again, Falcons having the advantage. Push the tempo of the game. They're going to take this Roshan. And Extreme not really in position to contest. They're going to play for farm, play for that double BKB timing that we're talking about.
Believe in Ame, believe in the Juggernaut. That's all you can really do right now because Skeeter is untouchable with this Aegis. And that'll finish up the BKB for Amar as well. He feels untouchable at this point. You'd have to land a massive synchronization of these ultimates to bring these heroes down and win the fight overall.
The Naga Siren with a Blink Dagger. Snake King's going to be playing way off in the back to try and come in with those song saves. But the BKBs can't allow them, if Extreme get that advantage, to just push through the song, get these kills anyway.
Such a terrifying hero to play against. Even if you get the perfect team fight, this Naga can put you all to sleep and reset the entire situation. See how much Skeeter can get done with this Aegis. He's got a long time on the clock. Definitely enough to get to his Scotty. Probably enough time to take down 2 tier 2s if you really want to force that mid one. I doubt these are towers XG wants to fight. The positioning's just not that easy. There's going to be Naga illusions in your face. And it's all about the Juggernaut's timings. Ame, he wants his butterfly before he has to be pulled into a fight for his life here.
Yeah.
You need the damage upgrades on this hero.
Very efficient from Falcons. They take that bottom lane. The Helmet Dom creep was pushing in mid, so they didn't even risk any heroes. Falcons staying grouped up together. Now the Medusa is going to hit that mid tier 2, and it's going to disguise a smoke push in from Falcons. 3-man smoke into the triangle, not finding anything just yet. Extreme, they've called their forces back to base for now.
Oh, but they did not recall Ame. He is so close to being in range for that RP.
He backs away just at the right time.
I mean, you got to remember, he doesn't have BKB. If you RP skewer him into Static Storm, that's it for him. He's gone.
Kind of poke at Skeeter here, of course, with the Aegis. It's a Medusa. It'll take forever to kill her the once. There's no way that Extreme are going to go on this, and Falcons know it.
At the same time, they're smoking out. Says they're not afraid to take some sort of engagement, or at least look for a pickoff while this Aegis is online.
There is a lot of information from Falcons with these deep lane wards once again.
He's already some nasty obs in this jungle, not being killed right now.
XXS, he'll try and cut that mid wave. Thanks to his shard, it's made a little bit easier.
Falcons instantly running back to this part of the map.
Oh yeah, they've got so much vision here. Double wards in this jungle area.
Could be a disaster.
They got the glimpse back. Disruption goes out. And on the return, X-Nova. He's fine. Amar, he thought about stretching out for that skewer attempt, but...
I mean, you got to know there's vision here now. You either find it or you vacate the area. XG getting corralled early in this game. I mean, the net worths don't look too bad, but they're losing a lot of space, a lot of ground right now. Jinq going for the offensive disruption. Little harass the Skeeter here.
Yeah, with the illusions combined with a couple of stuns, Medusa does take a lot of damage, but...
That's a lot of damage, actually, yeah. Those things hurt.
They do.
Downside of the butterfly, right? Goes both ways. There's the Scotty, however, 2,000 mana pool.
It'll be the downside of the Scotty as well.
Oh, they found the mag.
The initiation on the Magnus. A massive pickup, but he's still got the RP, the song.
Still, the RP has to be used defensively alongside the song. They just got to run. Echo Slam got used, but XM does not get off the Requiem.
How did he not get that off? You have to be instant on these jumps. The cores have to go together. One jump is never going to be enough in this game. It has to be 2, maybe 3. A big missed opportunity for XG. Does get to the butterfly on Ame. You can still look for something with this Omni Slash, but there's still the dire vision in your jungle. You never got rid of it.
Your own vision is going to be in danger because the early gem pickup from Falcons. They're going to push into this side of the map again. Once again, looking for a glimpse play. They know XM doesn't have his BKB. He just has to Requiem. Hope that the fear pushed them far enough back, but the Magnus is going to chase after a snake. He got him with the ensnare. Wait, a Fisher, they're so clumped up. A Fisher hits on 4. If only there was some damage behind it. But Ame, he wasn't there yet. He's trying to get there somehow, wrapping through these trees areas, but he's just not going to be able to get there to punish anything. It's going to be instead Jinq to die. Both supports fall, and they take that high ground ward away from Extreme.
What you wouldn't have done to have Echo Slam available on that 4-man clump. Of course, Falcons going in there knowing it's on cooldown.
I mean, even just an Omni Slash probably would have won them the fight. But Ame, understandably, he has to work towards his MKB. As soon as he gets the MKB, he can take that man fight against the Medusa, perhaps. But until then, it's so difficult.
He believes in his scale here. He believes in the matchup.
Once again, XM spotted. Another ward, another deep ward that spots him on his way up here. And now Skeeter's on the other side, trying to get in front of him. He's going to go for the TP away. And Skeeter, he does... No, wait, the glimpse back. He gets a BKB.
That is very close.
It was so close. It just ran out towards the end of it.
Wearing through this Aegis. It is now expired for Skeeter. Playing field is even once again as some Blink Daggers coming out for a lot of these heroes. And the more important one, Ame, opting for Blink Dagger before he heads into that MKB.
I think he saw that opportunity from that Fisher and 100%. Was just like, oh, if I had a Blink Dagger there, what a world of difference it could have been. Another opportunity like that shows up, I will be prepared.
It makes sense with this lineup. Again, you have to jump together. Ame needs to be able to get in there when the opportunity presents itself. You may never get another one. And you have to get in there quick because that song is going to come out and reset the fight no matter what opening XXS finds. It's absolutely the right call. Just a matter of can you find that window. MKB also being built up from Skeeter. Just a true mirror match between these two carries as the Jug attempts to close the gap.
Ame's been sitting on a ward for a while. Now X-Nova realizes, uh-oh. He started going through the gate. Falcons thought better of it, though.
The Falcons' wards have been on point, though. Another obs down here doing some work.
He keeps getting closer and closer to the gate. And finally, Falcons, they just pull the trigger on it. Like, well, okay, we can catch him, but no. Hides away in the trees. Skeeter, who went first, did not get him with the Gorgon's grasp.
Space created right there.
Oh, absolutely. Any bit of space for Extreme is worth its weight in gold right now. As Aghanim Scepter is almost done for XM, alongside that level 20. It's a big power spike to have.
So much execution necessary here for XG to win a fight, though.
Yeah, and they're going to need every bit of that because it feels like they're going to have to contest Roshan.
This is a scary Aegis to go away. Your high ground defense is not great other than disruption. You're likely getting skewered off it. 2 lives on Skeeter. That's just too much mana, too much HP to get through. Especially with Horn Toss available for Amar. And that win probability has swung considerably here.
Oh, man.
XG, they have their work cut out for them. There are pathways to victory in these fights. It is a very thin margin.
Yes, this is not quite like Game 4. It felt pretty much undefendable for Extreme Gaming. This situation, you can definitely see they have the scale. They have ways to be able to make big team fight plays. But it is without a doubt in Falcons' advantage. It probably will be for some time.
So much can go wrong, right? Like you go in with that Omni, it bounces to a random Naga illusion and dies. There goes a lot of your damage.
Yeah.
You get songed on the jump in because someone doesn't BKB, that team fight can be over. You get stuck in the stone gaze while you're trying to Requiem, XM can just be a sitting duck. All these little interactions can just absolutely ruin what you're trying to do right here with the burst jump. And Falcons know it. They're going to send illusions out. They're going to play for the vision. They're not going to try and give you an easy opening. And if Amar sees a jump, he will take it.
And grind it out. Another Tormentor. Another Shard for them. Roshan's going to be, spawn point's going to be soon. Somewhere in this next 3 minutes. Extreme Gaming, get the map control while you can.
Amar is rewarded. Extra skewer range, really nice here with this Horn Toss buildup.
Yeah, you move these heroes far enough away, it may not matter what kind of team fight Extreme Gaming is able to put together. They just can't reach the hero that is pulled apart.
To me, it's on Ame and this MKB. Can he land a good Omni Slash in that fight? Can he output the DPS? He gets here, he has a chance to bring this Medusa down. He has a decent shot to bring the Pangolier down, even in a Rolling Thunder. Malreen's very susceptible to just getting burst down by this Juggernaut. Doesn't have a defensive item. No Ghost Scepter online yet. Buys it out, flying it now. That's going to be a huge pickup for him.
Yeah, we've seen part of the problem with this matchup for Pango in this tournament. He Rolling Thunders in. There's really not much he can do if he gets Omni Slash. He just has to steer his way into neutrals or his own team and hope that the Omni Slash bounces off of him. But if he is isolated, it's just 100-0.
Falcons are building up the cheap answers right now. Double Ghost Scepter across their 2 cores as the MKB arrives. The Mag and the Pango.
Goes fishing, finds the Horn Toss. Disruption, but only halfway through. And Malreen's going to ensure the kill, at least trying to with the Rolling Thunder. X-Nova protects himself. There's an Omni Slash. He may make it to his team. Malreen is still on. No, he goes down. And Shin-Q finishes him off with the Demonic Purge.
Is this the opening? XG, can you find more right here?
If they could just catch Skeeter, but the Fisher was just a little bit off the mark. Now he's teleporting away. The Croaker stopped.
The disruption.
It's not disruption. Oh, he was halfway through that animation.
Shin-Q, you were on the precipice of finding the biggest opening in this game yet, and he was mid-animation. You cannot get any closer than that.
Robbed what could have been an opportunity for Extreme to take the Roshan, but instead, Falcons will have their heroes up to contest.
Still very clutch disruption. They got confused as to where that target was going to come out. That Omni was dicing up the Pangolier, did not get the Ghost Scepter off. A lucky bounce kind of bailed him out, but he ended up dying anyway. They do get a gem out of that fight. Big gain for Extreme Gaming in terms of that vision advantage. And a misstep there for Falcons. I mean, they were thinking they were getting a free 5. Yeah, with Blink Aether Lens on this Shadow Demon. The turnaround potential is immense. Still, Falcons, they feel strong. They're going to push into this area. Even without the Pangolier, they know some of the ults are on cooldown. And Extreme Gaming, they are very dependent on some of these ults, particularly that Omni Slash.
Yeah, Extreme need another 45 seconds for that Omni Slash. And Roshan, they're going to leave a Medusa illusion inside of the pit. We'll see it as soon as it spawns.
I cannot believe they're pushing up like this without Ame. I don't think you have the damage to take down the front line without him.
The Roshan roars, and that's the call to action for Extreme. They bring their 4-man. But what about Ame? He's trying to make his way over here. They don't know how quick they switch on. There you go, disruption out, and on the side, there goes that Requiem. Blowing up Malreen.
Skewer back onto the Shadow Demon. He got off a Demonic Purge. That is excellent. And Decrepify goes down as well. They have to Static Storm this Shadow Demon just to get the kill on him.
This fight is open right now.
It is. Ame wasn't even a part of that one, and now he's got his Omni Slash. Extreme Gaming, there is an opening here.
They do not want to press it.
Can they force the fight? Can they take the Roshan, or are they just going to sit back and play for more time?
Was such a clutch find from XXS. He saw that Pango for a brief second try and go up to that hill. That ward did so much work and just instant jump. Could see the difference now between here and that fight earlier. You get the stun on the Pango, XM, you better instantly get in there. You have about 2 seconds to make your play or it's gone.
Skeeter is still playing inside this pit. Another roar goes out. Extreme Gaming well aware of what's happening here. Stalling and stalling.
Ame is just farming. He's doing Ancients right now.
Yeah, he's almost to a Swiftling.
It's like calling their bluff. It's like, you're not going to do Roche.
And you would be right about that with Roshan now swapping over to the other side of the map. Just another minute of farm time for Ame.
He made the most of it. Omni Slash back up, almost level 25. Do you smoke and try and contest this? Yes. XG will not give up this Aegis for free. A tough angle to contest. Dire Ward scouting the entry to their triangle, but does not see them deeper in.
There's so much vision. Amar, they blink backwards on XXS.
There were creeps scouting.
Deal with the Watcher. The Roshan's already dead. The smoke up Falcons. Now on the offensive, looking for the glimpse pickoff. Found it on X-Nova. Pull them back inside the Static Storm. These supports are worth the ultimates. The saves are too annoying for Falcons. They let the Medusa lead the charge. They don't have to risk anything else. The Swift Blink, it's done for Ame, and he's pushing to level 25 soon. Can this Juggernaut, can Ame carry this for Extreme? They have put everything in this Juggernaut basket.
I don't think there has ever been a more important Omni Slash in the history of this game right now. And if this is the spell you have to rely on, the tension in that booth must be at an all-time high.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how good you are with the spells. Sometimes
it just doesn't go your way.
It just doesn't go your way. Luck can play against you.
You leave it up to fate. Can you find that opening? Refresher arrives for XM. You'll have double Requiem to play with. Might buy you a lot more time in the fight, a lot more control too if you can land the double fears on some of these core heroes before the Stone Gaze comes out. Maybe make a zone of control so this Magnus can't get in there. All of that goes out the window, of course, if Amar just finds the jump with the Horn Toss Skewer. But Jinkyu, he's been ready for those plays. Disruptions have been pretty on point.
Yep.
It is also something Falcons can play for, right? I go in with the Horn Toss. I know the Shadow Demon's going to show. Someone else get that Shadow Demon when he goes for the save. It can be a two-sided play.
Knowing how important this Omni Slash is, and the counter is right there. Everybody knows it. Lotus Orb. Look at Crit's gold. You make the call. What would you do? Would you get the Static Storm, or would you go for the Lotus Orb? They have Song into Static Storm, Ag Static Storm. It feels like a guaranteed team fight win, but at the same time, Lotus Orb is the ultimate defense against Ame right now.
I would go Ags just because it's so guaranteed with the Naga. But Crit, he always plays for the team. He always makes the right play. I think he's going to go the Lotus here. He's going to try and reflect that Omni.
No, he's bought out the Ags. He's already bought 3 of the components. 500 more gold until he's got an Ags. Somebody funnel him some gold. Mar fishing, got the Horn Toss, and Fisher's not going to stop the Skewer. Back into the Static Storm it goes. Once again, the support is picked off. There is still this annoying Shadow Demon with the disruptions, but it's on cooldown for a bit. Skeeter will take that chance to hit a tier 3 and take down the tier 3 in quick succession. There's that Axe. Flying out for Crit. If they get the right, no! It's gonna be Extreme jumping first! They go all in for the Magnus, and they've got him!
Look at Skeeter, he got feared into the base.
He did, he got pushed in deep. Falcons get a bit separated, but Extreme, once again, they're playing it slow. They hit the Fisher now, the follow-up. Ame, he's making the call to jump in. Takes a lot of damage. Oh no, they're rolling down the Omni Slash, no! Ame! What about the Omni Slash?
Didn't get it off in time, underestimated the burst damage, was trying to hold it for the second life and paid a massive price. No buyback available for this Juggernaut right now. He is 600 short.
The team gave him an opening. They got the pickoff.
He got too greedy with it.
Now the team has to hold for him. Can they weather through? Skater, a minute and a half left on the Aegis. They're trying to chip away at it, see if they can take it for free.
It's like you have to wait for the Juggernaut here. I mean, you go in and Requiem this Medusa, it's just not doing enough right now. You have good stall mechanics at least. This is not going to be the fastest push. But this will be a lane.
And there are no tier 2s left. Falcons won. They can keep this going. 40 more seconds till Ame's back up. 1 minute on the Aegis. Falcons have made the call. They're going to go another. Or maybe not.
You might not get another chance like that in this game, especially with that Ag Static Storm online. RP available. All the ults up for Falcons in 2 seconds. And you still have Aegis for 30. Do XG even have any smokes left? They popped so
Inside
many.
of the base, Amar, a horn toss. Oh, if he could find XXS, that would be a beauty.
He wants to return the favor.
Maybe it's X-Nova once again. The Pugna toss back to the team. There's nothing Extreme can do about this. It's just time and time again. Horn toss into out. And they have to play 4 versus 5. Ame's finally back up. The tier 3 is almost dead though. Skeeter keeping up the pressure. 14 seconds till the Aegis will despawn. They'll back away, let the regen kick in. And a smoke up from Extreme, hoping that Falcons would continue to take the fight as the Aegis expires, but they'll make no mistakes here. It's time, Avery. Snaking has Song of the Siren back up. He's got a Blink Dagger.
I mean, this could just be it. You find a great clump here. You drop that Static Storm. This game is just over.
This could be the killing blow. Extreme Gaming, you have to play with speed here. They have to make the initiation. They have to be so fast that they beat out Snake King's Song.
They used their last smoke as well. It's about to expire. The vision is not on your side. The buybacks are not on your side. You're missing the 2 big ones here.
The creeps are pushing in. The illusions are pushing in. The Naga Siren, the Medusa, it's all over the place. Falcons will give them a moment of reprieve. 2 minutes until another Roshan. They've got such an advantage. There's no need to rush things with these high ground pushes. They are dangerous.
Let the Naga illusions do the work. Let your high ground wards do the work. You have so much vision control right now. Why take a bad fight when you can take a great one? Skeeter is capped, man. He is 6 slotted. He can hit an Ags, buy something else, but...
Yeah, they already have all their shards. There's nobody to get it from this Tormentor.
Nothing left to get here.
You have almost every advantage you could ask for Falcons. They have Ags on almost every single hero. They have a shard on every single hero. Extreme Gaming holding on. They've got a couple ultimates. We got the Refresher on XM. We've got the level 25 on the Juggernaut. Ops for the lifesteal.
He needs BKB though. He cannot enter the fight unless he's just instant Omni into spin versus the Static Storm, versus these RPs, versus the Rolling Thunder into the Medusa damage like we saw earlier. He buys out. I think this is the correct call, but no buyback available for Ame. It will not be available in this next fight.
No room for mistakes here. But it might not even be a mistake. What if Snake King just songs into the base and they're able to just Static Storm it? Like, what is he gonna do? He's just dead.
You get disrupted and hope you can survive. That is it.
Extreme Gaming are gonna have to be so disciplined on their spacing here. Even deep inside their own base. All the way back behind tier 4s.
Yeah, they just don't know where the jump is coming. They have no vision right now. Falcons, they're probably just waiting for next Roche. But you don't know that if you're XG right now.
The illusions are just non-stop 6%. Extreme are backed into a corner. Will they contest for the Roshan? Can they contest for the Roshan? Is Falcons even give them that opportunity? Or they just make Roshan roar and then smoke into you?
Yeah, there's no way they just sit in the pit. I mean, maybe you sit Skeeter in there, but it's not going to be a clump fight that you can take advantage of. There's always going to be Naga illusions on you. You're running out of smokes in this game as well. And the big questions for these cores, do you buy out in these situations? How valuable is your buyback versus something like a Refresher on that Shaker? 6K gold on XXS. It's do or die. The refresher might win you that fight. It could win you the game. Buyback could also win you a base fight. Might not even be able to get to the shop. That's another concern here.
Beast Soul's cast speed, so we're going to have some instant Requiems going out. He's got 2 of them. That is so much damage if you are right on top of a hero.
But think of how much control he has to go into.
Oh, yeah.
Double Song, Ag Static Storm, Stone Gaze, RP, Rolling Thunder. Any of these spells can mess you up.
XXS buys out that refresher. He's playing
in.
for the all-in.
Could have buyback available if he gets 500 more gold or so here, but that is not an easy task with how little map they have to work with.
Oh,
and
yeah.
There's just no way Ame can get his up.
They're getting the crumbs that are falling off of Falcon's tables right now.
Falcons know it. They're going to play it safe. They're going to play it disciplined. They're going to play for Roshan. Put an Aegis on this Medusa. There's a decent chance he just becomes untouchable. They're getting more Omni/counter ability. E-Blade available for this Magnus. They can build into some more Lotus Orbs.
E-Blade, a Ghost Scepter. That's about it. Surprisingly, no Lotus Orbs, which they could have just gone for that and let Skeeter hit high ground, just keep, throwing those Lotus Orbs on him, but they played for the bigger kill. This big team fight combo. Falcons back up, go for the Roshan. It'll roar, and we'll see what Extreme do about this. Even if they smoke up, are they going to be able to get there in time?
It just seems like an impossible fight. If you know they're coming, you just saw them play. You make them BKB early to have to commit. There's going to be some RP interrupt.
Got the horn toss once again. The Pugna punished time and time again. Somebody has to die for this horn toss skewer combo. They'll get the pick off. They force the buyback, and they still claim the Roshan. The Aegis picked up. XM, he doesn't want to let them just push back into the base. They're going to try and play for this high ground. But again, these illusions are scouting things out. Falcons leaving nothing to chance here.
Snaking is very familiar with playing a late game Naga Siren lineup in a TI Grand Final. This is a team that knows how to abuse the vision, knows how to look for the jump. They have the vision, they have the jump. This game is in their control right now.
Break it down for me, Avery. How does Extreme win this fight?
Massive Requiems, a great catch from XXS, and the Omni Slash has to land.
He got two inside of that. The man just took it to him. He said, what do I need? It's all me, baby. I've got this. Finds an opening on 2.
What
now
can Ame do?
An opportunity. Oh, that outworld staff, man. It's just too good of a counter to the Omni Slash. Ame's making a run for it. He'll get back to the base safely. Falcons have bought back on Amar, though.
They want to end it. They still have Aegis. They know all the ults are on cooldown. This jump did not do enough with the
Almost
opening.
out of mana on the first life here. Skeeter is getting quite low.
They do have a refreshed Requiem available.
Yeah.
XM hiding in the trees, looking on this ward. Skeeter backs up. That's a one-team fight for XG, stalling out this Aegis. XXS does it again. This man finds openings out of nowhere, and he has been decisive on the trigger.
Yeah, I couldn't even get to the preamble. He just saw a moment, went for it.
That's
Two steps in a blink.
You have to play like that in this game if you're going to win it as XG. And the Slugger hits almost killed Snaking. He got hit by 2 fissures, a bunch of Slugger echo damage. Naga almost died from collateral. And that was with the song going out. That's the upside for XG in this game. If you can find the jump, if you can commit, if you can put your BKBs to use, there is no counterplay to that other than the RP coming through. And it's not always fast enough, and it's not easy to get through these Requiem fears. 2.5 minutes left on the clock for Skeeter. Round 2 here for Falcons. They buy the mag to continue the push. As XG trying to wait for ultimate cooldowns.
The banner gets dropped, and the damage, it's coming so fast. Extreme have to cobble together some sort of idea here. Ame, he'll blink forward, deal with the banner.
Does have buyback
Spin on
now.
cooldown.
It's worth mentioning. 2
Rolling
lives.
Thunder, that's going to be a bit wasted here. Malrine tries to blink it again. Very awkward. Very far forward.
There's no punish, though.
That'll be a second lane. No response from Extreme on that.
They are being pushed to the limit here. Bend, don't break. That has been the motto of this squad, but you can only bend so far.
And amp damage is in that top rune. Falcons.
Oh, do they see it? Does someone go back to
see
check?
It, man. Skeeter setting up 2 minutes. He wants to force this now.
Look, A on disc, ready to be assembled for ATF. You might not be able to get that same kind of play on the Magnus anymore.
One building left till Megas.
You gotta go here.
Half HP, where's the jump? They make the jump now. Try and hit for the Requiem. The RP gets locked down as well. Song. Still though, the Fear pushes the Medusa inside. Little bit of a problem. Half mana for now. Trying to stall things out. Got the Static Storm out. Glimpse back onto him. Refresh. He couldn't get off the BKB. He's in trouble. Decrepify's gonna wear out. XM. Now he gets off the BKB. He's making a run for it, but the Stone Gaze will allow Skeeter. He'll take Megas.
XG against Megas. Need to find
he doesn't want to let him lead. He's running straight to him. He challenges Crit, but a cheese goes off. Crit, he's alive for now, but he's separated the rest from the Medusa refresh, and now he's got lots of suns. It's a win for a little bit more. Requiem, Fisher, everything they have. A jump forward, goes after Crit once again. Way to bash. Still though, the Medusa's in trouble. Ame, wait the song, and they can't stop him.
Where's
he's
the
teleporting away. There is no stuns.
He didn't omni him in the Ghost Blade because he felt like he was gone, but the song bailed him out. Falcons escape with everybody. Another opening where XG just fall a little short.
The fight recap shows Extreme Gaming. You got nothing out of that. You've given up Megas. They have the lineup to hold up against Mega. The game is not over yet, not by a long stretch. But it does feel like Extreme Gaming is just bleeding, and they haven't really gotten any control back into this game. Maybe this Aghanim Scepter, though.
I mean, there have been very few comebacks against Mega Creeps on the TI main stage. There has never been a comeback against Mega Creeps in a Game 5 on the main stage. The pressure is building. It is almost too much, but XG, they are not out of this game yet. 5% chance. They will take those odds if they can find one more opportunity to output the damage. Ame, he buys out yet again in this game, consumes an entire Ags. He will have the Swiss Slash to throw out now. More tools in his arsenal.
It'll be a little hard for Skeeter to make that same read with the Outworld staff that he did before.
And a Hex on XXS, more control. That buys a lot of time for Ame to go in and deal some serious damage, and they were dealing some serious damage to that Medusa. As bad as the fight outcome was for you, you got Megas, you didn't get a lot off of that. You gained some confidence in taking Skeeter down.
You did.
He died very fast, especially to XM's damage.
Yeah, it helped so much that both the Requiem and these long-range Fishers, it pushes a lot of these Falcons heroes who are trying to sit behind the Medusa. It pushes them so far away that Skeeter just ends up on an island.
Exactly. Isolate the Medusa, take him out. Even if a clutch E-Blade comes through, you might still just be able to push through it. Always have the Demonic Purge to throw on him. Guarantee the Omni lands outside of the Outworld staffs here. Falcons take a breather, decide to farm up, try and reset this game a little bit. Still firmly in control. But you're gonna have to close this one out. Second Hex available. There's now a double Hex with Refresher on the SF. Double Hex with Refresher on the Earthshaker. Quad Hex potentially coming out from XG. That is a lot of control to fight through.
That's like 15 seconds of disabled. What do you even do?
No BKB on this Dusa. I mean, you could just throw all the Hexes into Skeeter, remove a lot of damage from the fight. You might get RP'd, but if there's no one to kill you in the RP, is it going to do that much here?
Look at all the Lotuses he's stacking up, man.
Oh, they are stacking them.
Another Tormentor. Once again, nobody to take the shard, just some gold for the squad. We're going to be playing 50 seconds until Roshan has the potential to respawn. I think this is a situation where Extreme, no way they can contest. It's just going to be a good old-fashioned base defense. It's just going to be sitting on your tier 4s, daring Falcons to get closer and closer to your fountain, where the buybacks are more potent.
Those buybacks are everything now for XG. Ame, you're pretty much capped out. You just got to play for maybe a Refresher, maybe a Nullifier somewhere in this lineup, but buyback is a lot more important at this point.
I mean, if he could get to Refresher, that would be sick. 4 different slashes to get around these Outworld staffs and these Ghost Scepters.
Gotta abuse the fact that the fight is gonna happen in your base and you're gonna be able to reset a couple times. At the same time, I mean, if you can continue to find levels in this game, the Shadow Fiend level 30 talent for some extra Shadow Raise damage, all these small things can add up here. probably need to win a fight to get here, at least one or two. But you look at this net worth lead, a lot of this net worth lead for Falcons is on that support duo, which can play a huge role, but it's not necessarily going into this core-on-core man fight. And we've seen how quickly that fight can go XG's way. This game is not easy to end right now.
Mar has an E on disc. He's ready to put together if this initiation goes wrong, but it doesn't. He got the opening on the Shadow Fiend straight to the Static Storm. That's going to be a buyback.
No disruption in time. A clutch pickoff for ATF here. He will reach 25 off that. Extra RP stun duration can also be very impactful.
XM doesn't use his buyback right away. He's going to wait for Falcons to make another push. And Falcons are certainly going to go for that push. But how many times can they find this fissure opening? Every single time he goes for it, there's this risk that XXS responds fast enough, that somebody, one of these supports, managed to get off some sort of save.
The awkward timing here, Roche up in 40 seconds. You have to know that this is in the range for the spawn interval.
Yeah, maybe Falcons, maybe they just go back. Maybe they've taken this SF kill, but maybe they can't actually force the buyback for the risk. What if they lose this fight? What if they give up Roshan?
The safe discipline play is to take Roshan here. 2 lives on the Dusa is what lets you break the high ground. As tempting as it is to force the fight without the SF, it could go horribly wrong. And then if you lose that Roche, it could all slip away. They're thinking about both. They went to the pit, now they're back to the base. ATF, he's made the call. He wants to look for somebody.
Once again, the Pugna, because why not? A disruption, okay. Gets thrown out onto the Magnus. Lotus Orb bounces it back, and it's still the death of X-Nova. Man, it's just not getting to play any Dota right now. Still, though, they popped another Stone Gaze for this. The XM's back up in 10 seconds. It's actually feeling like even though Falcons are getting these pickoffs, it still can't get a buyback out of them. They just have to go do Roche.
Most important things in this game right now are the buybacks for XG and their Glyph. These are the 2 things they need to maintain in this game to have a fighting chance in that base defense. Doesn't matter how much lead you grow from here. The fight is not going to change that much. Maybe Refresher on crit gives you a little more potential, but you've reached your potential with this lineup. All the playmaking is there, and XG, they want to contest this Roche.
This is crazy.
This is absolutely insane. Going into all the vision, all the control, you can get sub-static stormed at a moment's notice.
And Creeps are still hitting their tier 4s. They haven't even pushed the base out yet.
They're just going to get thrown. You have to go back.
You have to go back. There's no way you can stop this Roshan Falcons. They play it cool. They back away. 5-man smoke up, and now they're heading into the base.
They lost tier 4s off that. They lost so much.
They realize that Extreme are a bit out of position. If they can get to the base before some of these other heroes, they can get yet another pickoff. It's X-Nova again.
Does not have the buyback available.
Is that enough, Falcons? Ame, he's tired of this. No, the Lotus Orb. Swift Slash, it was just a Swift Slash. Meanwhile, GQ, he just died in an instant. Skeeter took him out. And oh no, XM got bashed up right as he tried to go for the run ramp. And he's gone.
XG crumbling right now.
They're wearing through these heroes one by one. And Ame in frustration, he managed to get his spin up there at the instant side, but it's that Stormer response, and it's Song as well. Still though, the spin gets off the side spin and bounce backwards. It didn't get onto the heroes. Now what do? You need a refresher, XXS. He can't go back, he has to go in, he has to use everything he has. Refresher into the Echo Slam. They get one, they got one lead. Half HP on Skeeter. Ame fighting for it. Can he take down Dusa? The song! No! The song! And now a refresh. When he comes back up, Snaking has just saved the game for them. It was going to be the Dusa dead, and instead, it's a Falcons victory.
Ame, you've been here before. Will you be denied again?
3 times denied. A horn toss, and it's over. Falcons, they've done it. Falcons are your TI champions.
This series went to a Game 5. That Game 5 went to the 58-minute mark. It took every buyback XG had to hold on to that game. Every tower in the base. Falcons push it to the limit. They gave ATF the hero that has been Ame's nightmare time and time again. The Magnus will once more shut their dreams of an Aegis down and achieve the dreams for this Falcon squad. A long time in the making for some of these players. They will finally lift this Aegis. For some of them, they've been here before. But for a lot of this squad, it will be their first time as international champions.
Snake King and Skeeter, now two-time TI winners, and they do it with their teammate AUI, who is now the first coach for a three-time champion. The duo of Maureen and Amar, from their time together in obscurity on a little team called Creep Wave, moving to different teams, cheering each other on every step of the way, and now realizing their dreams as a team. And then Crit, the player at this TI, the longest consecutive run, 12 years in the making for him. And now, the moment of triumph, the International 2025 champions, Team Falcons!
Ladies and gentlemen, the international champions, Team Falcons! Congratulations, congratulations, boys. Of course, I'm going for you first. ATF, my man, you have told the world that you were the best player on your team. The best player in the world. And now, you got the proof, baby. Now, you were right. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you to Amar, the first place international champion! Any words, my friend?
Thank you, my family. Thank you, my friends. Thank you, my team. Thank you to everyone who supported us. And this is just the beginning.
Skitter! I guess the debate is over. Wraith Pact TI was not a fluke after all. You carried your team in Singapore, and you have done it here again in Hamburg. Skitter, the mic is yours, my man. What's on your mind?
I'm just so happy that I was part of a squad that helped Crit win TI after he tried so many years. I'm just so happy for him. And obviously for Amar and Maureen to win TI at such a young age is a privilege, and I'm kind of jealous. But yeah, they did their part, and I'm just so happy for everyone.
Thank you so much. Snake King, my North American brother, you have been the glue that has kept this team together. You always believed in this team, and they have always believed in you. And now, you get to raise a second Aegis with your brothers! How does it feel? Any words for them?
It's amazing. I'm on top of the world. I'm very grateful for Skitter and AEI. We're going to run it again.
We're going to run it again!
Maureen, may I bother you for a moment, and you think you could maybe lift the Aegis for me as well? There are only 11 different mid laners inscribed on this trophy, and now you are joining the ranks of Dota history on just your second TI. Now I know generally you got a lot to say, Maureen, but has a TI made you speechless?
I barely can talk, but I never would dream and think that I would have any chance winning TI, especially as a earliest.
It is a reality, Maureen. Start believing it.
Fantastic. Sir, we will take that Aegis right over here. Oh, okay. Give it away whoever you want. That's all yours. All right. Owie 2000. Hell yeah! Lift it up! Owie 2000, you are the first man in history to see 3 teams to an Aegis, my friend. You have broken the record, and there's no denying you're the greatest mind in Dota history! Is there anyone you would like to thank in this moment?
I think just my team, Stas in particular. Thank you, Stas, carrying TTI. But no, thanks for all the people who make this game so great. Honestly, like, I don't know what my life would be without Dota. And I don't know, I just can't express my thanks enough to everyone. Thank you for watching, thanks for supporting us.
And thank you for such an incredible performance. Thank you.
And last, but certainly not at all the least, Crit. This moment is the culmination of 9 different TI attempts. When many people would have given up, you persevered, my man. No matter what the rosters, no matter what the setbacks, no matter what the region, you never gave up. And now, the day has come. Crit, you are a TI winner!
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to say. Like, it's been a long time, and I like to not react too much when we win, and I feel like this time I'm lucky that I can even talk. I just want to thank everyone that supports us, especially our friends and family. Yeah, just thank you, everyone. It means everything.
Enjoy the moment, my friend. If anyone has earned it, it is you. And all of us, please, can we celebrate in this moment and make one more round of applause for your TI-14 champions, Team Falcons!
A crowning achievement on anyone's career, and Team Falcons, they get it for themselves. A team effort that spans beyond the 5 players and their coach to get to this moment, to get to this main stage here in Barclays Arena in Hamburg, and they have done it. They have finally done it, Kazu.
What an absolute treat to watch this entire TI and them winning this TI. And you can just, like, it's one thing to win TI and it's another thing to win it with the people closest to you. Like Amar and Malrine, they've played together for years. You can just see it. It's honestly, like, it's so touching and beautiful to, like, see this game unfold and to see a team win. It's taking me, like, everywhere.
I mean, in 2024, they were the favorites, right? They came into the Copenhagen TI with Crit on the roster, you know, hometown hero. They weren't able to do it. They kept the same roster. They didn't give up. In 2025, they didn't even win a single LAN. Coming into this TI, you know, they were also still weren't considered the favorites, but they showed that through the tenacity of these 5 players, with their coach, with their management, and everyone around them, they were able to craft some of the best, you know, strategies that we have seen at this TI.
I mean, they struck gold with this roster. Ever since Falcons came into the scene a year ago, they were considered one of the best teams, even though they didn't win that TI last year. They're here on the stage now as the winners. They didn't change a thing. All of these players are so exceptional at what they do. They are so good in their roles. They have the confidence. They did not falter. And their road was long. It was grueling. They played the longest games during the road to TI. They had some throws. They had some comebacks. They went through the ringer to get to this Aegis.
Even with going through the upper bracket, they were still the team that played most games with the road to TI and the TI combined.
I mean, I feel like it had to be Crit to win it then, right? The fact that, like we've already said, it's his 9th TI in a row. He hadn't won it yet. He finally overcomes it. Of course, snaking Skidder. It's now their second TI in the books. Malreen's second ever TI played. He finally gets his win. It really is just a matter of everything. And for Amar to so calmly say when he lifts the Aegis, that's not the end of it. There's more to come.
This is the start.
This is the start.
They're both 20 years old. Like, they're like best friends winning TI together at 20. You have Crit who powers through it for like years and years. And I know that snaking, he has to deal with Amar and Malreen. And I know that they're clowns a lot of the time. Like, he has to, simmer them down, level them, make sure everything works. And AUI 2000, there's a big reason that people call him like IQ 2000. Like, this guy, he knows it all. This team, I don't know, it's just so amazing to watch them.
I love that team dynamic, though, that you mentioned, that there are these two crazy kids just having fun. They're playing for the love of Dota 2. People laugh at them, people call them toxic because they're just enjoying themselves. They're tipping, they're in it together. You saw how they just plopped on the ground, just relieved at the wind, staring at each other. That was a shot out of a movie, looking at that.
Yes, it really was.
That's how much TI means to these players, right? They've won so many tournaments. Have you seen them be that emotional, lay on the floor? That's how much this tournament has a grasp on our players. Like, this is why this tournament is the most beautiful tournament of any point in the calendar. Is everything. And for the players, you can see how much it means to them.
Yeah, it has been a fantastic 2 years in the making, I think, this grand finals for Team Falcons. And to make it in a game 5 as well, I do want to say, they did eliminate Extreme Gaming with the Magnus. I'm going to forgive them for that.
Arme won't, but
he will never forget. Like, he already has so many days he can't forget. Like, this one on top for XG. It's honestly so sad and like so trauma-inducing, but you gotta really give it to Falcons. They go back for the snaking Naga. He's won TI with it before. Crit on Disruptor, not something we see too often, but this guy, he's played for so long. He's been in so many lands, in so many games. He can play whatever you need him to play.
Also, Skeeter on that Medusa, give that man his flowers. In a lot of the games this tournament, it was Malreen and Amar being the scaling heroes into the late game. In this game 5, they put full faith in Skeeter. They made him the win condition. They expected him to carry them until the very end, and that he did. He is a world-class carry. He is the best carry in the world right now.
I remember, like, this guy has absolutely way too many people that were, like, hating on him. And also, too, we heard Tsunami say the Rave Pack TI. People were saying, yeah, they only won because of Rave Pack here, there. No, look at them at this TI. They make the meta. They play their heroes. They play them top class. And that's why they win the tournament, not because of some random items here or there.
It's the fact that it's a team where all 5 players at different points had to shine to win a game, right? It's not a TI where we're looking at one player who's been able to, carry the team or whatever, right? It literally is all 5 blending together and creating this harmony of strategy and, friendship.
Yeah, let's take a look at the road that Team Falcons has taken to get to this very point and taking the championship in the finals. It was a relatively smooth sailing through the upper bracket, but the games were not easy. There was only one of those series that was a 2-0 at the very beginning, but the rest went the distance.
Yeah, losing game 1 was Falcons' MO to winning this TI, right? Losing game 1 to BB, losing game 1 to B-Vision, then losing game 1 to Extreme, but they showed that they knew how to adapt and understand. The emotions did not let them, overwhelm the series. The fact that whoever was leading the talks behind stage, be it Amar, be it Aoi, that was pushing the team forward, and it isn't just a clean sweep. They had to, like Effie already mentioned, they had to do every aspect of a team to get to this point.
They really benefited too from the way they played this tournament. We heard Snaking on stage yesterday saying because of the group stage, because of how long the games were, how many games that they threw or they perceived as playing bad, that is what taught them today and how they're playing. Every series that they played, every loss, they took a lesson from that and they applied it to the next one. And you could just see it unfold in front of you. It was beautiful.
I think the entirety of the International, including the road to the International, was beautiful. This one is going to go down as one of the better internationals in my book, that's for sure. This was amazing. We saw great Dota. The games were back and forth. And Kezu, I just want to talk one moment with you in Germany on the main stage.
I mean,
Right
I'm
here.
just so happy to be here. Hamburg, ich danke euch alle. It's mein allererstes TI, Iris Talent. Es freut mich total. Ohne euch wäre Dota und TI nicht das, was es ist. Thanks to all of you for watching, because honestly, this was my first time here. It's incredible.
What was your best moment, would you say?
My best moment.
Yeah.
Probably just stepping on like the TI stage and like just talking and like getting into it, because you're really nervous before, but you go into it a few minutes and then you feel like the emotion of the games and of the fans, and you're just like, you're immersed. It's real.
The TI vibes that people often, you hear them talking about it, but they are real. You feel it in Falcons as well. That's why they have the reaction as much as they do. Effie, how do you feel the TI vibes right now? And what was your most TI vibey moment?
Oh my God, everything has been amazing. Just being a part of this, witnessing it firsthand, watching a team change their lives, cement their legacy, hearing the roar of the fans as it's happening, just being a part of it is something, a feeling that I cannot explain. And if you're asking me for a highlight, it has to be ATF picking Ursa in a game 4 of a grand finals when they're down again, when they could be losing.
That's
the
wild.
balls, the absolute
That's wild.
audacity, the fucking confidence
Yeah.
for that pick.
wild.
That was amazing. That was an all-timer.
I definitely believe that, and I echo that sentiment. Tigov, it's been quite a journey to get here. How about you?
I mean, it's simply just the magic in the air, right? The fact that we've had teams like Heroic, you know, with Yuma, with KJ, show up on the main stage and make this incredible run. We've had Arme backs against the wall. He wanted to be crowned. Maybe not this year, maybe next year. Ooh, come on, Arme, it's in China. Keep playing, boss. Don't give up. But it's the fact that we have this, like, every single team. We're going to remember Falcons for winning it, but along the way here, one of the best roads to the international that we've ever had. One of the best group stages that I've ever witnessed myself. And that alone is proof that the TI is, like, it's never going to die. It's just beautiful. And to me, Dota is just an amazing game. No complaints. You are amazing. Which camera am I looking at? You are amazing for playing the game. You are amazing for watching the game. This one. And together, this game is beautiful. It doesn't matter about anything else going on right now. This is why this game is so fantastic. These moments you forget about everything. That is why Dota is irreplaceable. It will never fucking die. This game is amazing.
This game is amazing, and I want to say, Barclays Arena, you have been amazing. You were a treat to hear every single game, and it was full from day one, from minute one, and I love you for it, and I love the energy that we had going on in the arena every single day. You guys showed up here for this. It was a tremendous road, a fantastic journey, and it is Team Falcons that ended up being written in the stars, but guess what? I heard Shanghai looks pretty nice in August 2026. That's coming up, of course, at the end. There's going to continue being TI champions. But for now, for this moment, and for this year, it is Team Falcons, your TI champions. And I wish you all the best good night and enjoy the rest of the evening. And we'll see you all for the next one.